great big round of applause for everyone for all of the amazing work that you've been accomplishing. And we want to be able to make sure that just a few quick points that we want to talk through at the beginning of the session. A few key things just in terms of what the agenda will be. I'll try to keep it very short and quick because we really want to get to all the presentations, all the teams, and have enough time for everyone. The way that we're going to be organizing each of the rest of the afternoon, each team will be going up and be called up to give their presentation. Part of their deliverables, amongst all the other things from storyboards to business plans to designs and storyboards to, in some cases, maquettes and actual physical demonstrations, is just the actual act of doing the presentation and organizing how as a team they come together to do their presentations to a wider audience. And so they'll be coming up, they'll have 15 minutes to present for their team. We will then have another 5 minutes afterwards for some Q&A from the audience. If there's any advisors or any other students or other team members that have a comment or a question to pose to the group, there'll be an opportunity to do that with a roving mic that we'll have passed around. And then we will, after the 5 minutes, we'll only have a short time for that because we want to get to the next team. Once the Q&A is done for that team, we'll then provide certificates to each of the team members for their participation, and the photographer will give a quick group photo together. While that's happening, we'll be calling up the next team. If there are any feedback and Q&A or comments from the audience we have online, if you could please just type it into the chat on the Teams link, and we'll have people that are monitoring it and providing the notes and comments to the team as we're doing the Q&A in the room. And then there will also be an opportunity, hopefully depending on how we move through this smoothly, for other comments for any of the teams at the very end of the presentations as well with Team 11. And then we'll have a bit of a celebration at the end with some festive drinks and merriment to have together. And just to reorient everyone from the kickoff that we had, which was, I think, a really wonderful kickoff event last Thursday evening with Dr. Blair Feltmate as the keynote speaker. And we went through just a high level with Professor Heisergul, who's been leading the design charrette, in terms of the key different areas for this International Sustainability Charrette for February 2024, which is really this combination of sharing, caring, and living, looking at both from a food sustainability point of view, from a living sustainability point of view, and also from a health and wellness point of view as well. And so these are the 11 different projects that the teams have been tackling, and so I'm so excited for what they have in store. And just as a quick little note of a lot of the advisors, a big thank you for all the advisors and other schools that have been participating from all over the world, to Marco and Luca from Italy that have come with the students, and all the other participants and advisors and people that have spent their time both online and in person to help the teams throughout the last few days. A big thank you to everybody that's been involved in that. And then again, also a big thank you to all of the facilitators, both the senior team leaders as well as all the student team leaders that have been part of the design management program here at George Brown College. That has been a great learning exercise for them, hopefully through the process of managing a team and helping to put through this. So a big thank you to everybody that has been involved in that as well. And with that, I'm just going to want to start to push it off also a big thank you to all of the other team members, especially Dr. Heisergul, Dr. Tanjtu, to Ian Chalmers, to all the other team members that have been involved, many other people that have been playing a big role of everyone. So thank you to everyone that's been so supportive. And with that, we're going to now switch over to the presentations. We're going to move over now to Team 1. So if Team 1 can please join us up at the front. And this is the team that has been focusing on the food urban security perspective with food kits. And we'll let them go through their presentation.
Hello, everybody. So before we kick off, we're actually just going to give a little bit of context for the first three groups. So our project, and we're all part of the interdisciplinary design program here at George Brown. And so we've been working on this for the past semester and some of this semester, and we have a lot of research that we just want to give because the next 3 teams may not have the time to give the context that they would like to give. So yeah, we were focusing on food insecurity, and just to give everybody a general idea of what that is, it is the lack of regular access to safe and nutritious food for normal growth and development and an active and healthy lifestyle. So this is obviously a huge issue around the world and here in Toronto.
So we started with the problem statement that how might we create a sustainable food system that increase the food security and quality of life in urban communities while decreasing environmental impact. So the whole research around that question, and we just understood the food insecurity is not just a single word. It is connected with all the other components that are impacting the food insecurity in general. So as we talked about that, food insecurity is a multifaceted problem and it required a unique solution. So we'll be going through the research and insight that led us to create a whole system that is team 1, 2, and 3 was tackling.
A little about why our food system is broken. So 20% of all food system emissions is due to the food miles emissions. And a huge part of the food that's grown, about 40 to 50% of the food that's grown never really reaches your plate. And all of that ends up in the landfill, creating a huge amount of GHG gases. One of the main trends that we saw among people who are food insecure was the issue of affordability. Here are some stats just that we're sharing with you, which is pretty shocking. In the last 1 year, there was a 70% increase in the number of employed Torontonians who were using food banks, and the households with single parents were the ones who were most affected by food insecurity. And it's not an issue on its own. It's just to give you an example how interconnected it is. It also poses a huge burden on the healthcare system because it's directly connected to affordability. People who are already taking medications for some of their other illnesses might choose to not spend the money on that and spend that money on feeding themselves, which will lead to increase in illnesses that they have, which indirectly affects the healthcare system.
So also looking at the food that we consume, a lot of it ends up in landfills, which slowly contributes to the GHG emissions and our overall sustainability and carbon footprint. So we're trying to reduce that by mitigating how much is going to landfills with our new systems and making it just a more sustainable practice and habits for people.
One of the major shocked that we got that when we look at the food consumed within the city is huge and the population is increasing, and the food that consumed by those people is only 1% that is being grown within the city limits. And as we understood the climate change on Thursday with the guest speaker, we'll look at that.
Yeah, just driving that point home, as we heard on the kickoff, the keynote speaker was saying that climate change is here, climate change is real, and climate change is going to be affecting the way we live our lives. It's going to affect our daily lives, and that includes food and the food system that we currently have. So not only are we wasting and are we contributing to GHGs, greenhouse gases. We are also looking at the degradation of topsoil, extreme weather events, which will further hurt food prices. Food prices will go up, and this is not just speculation. This is what is expected to happen. And combined with population increase and other events, we are looking for ways to innovate our current system.
So we are trying to redefine the relationship between city, food, and people that the whole system is about. So we identified few opportunity areas like people, places, knowledge, nature, and data. And that's how the whole system is kind of connected, and it revolves around knowledge. So yeah, those are the 3 teams that will be looking at Food Connect app, community growing hubs, and the city harvest kits. That's how we'll kick off the 3 teams and understand how the whole system is kind of working. Thank you.
So team 1, which is working on household farming, growing and composting kits, will be presenting right now.
All right. Hello, everyone. We are Team 1. All of our names at the top there. We're currently doing modular urban farming kits. So by a show of hands, have any of you, someone you know, experienced food insecurity firsthand or witnessed in your communities? Don't be shy. It's fine. So 1 in 4 Torontians, approximately 25%, live in food insecure households. And what's our solution? Groviture.
So this is just a short introduction to Groviture, our solution to this problem.
All right, so just to introduce a little bit of concept statement. Our sustainable furniture line consists of micro gardening and composting. It will enable people and urban dwellers to grow organic food indoors and mitigate food insecurity in the cities. One of the main ideas of our project is that our product can go in several different types of furniture. Today, we're gonna be showing you the coffee table, which is this one. We're gonna go over it just in a little bit. But it can go as a partition wall, storage shelves, dining table, storage unit, and modular chair.
So as you can see, our product and our furniture line can have a huge impact on both people, the environment, and the economy. It can reduce food prices, avoid greenhouse gases, help with developing a higher local food resilience, promote a circular economy, foster new communities, and grow a diverse range of produce.
Okay, so now we will talk more about our product. We wanted to have one product where people could be able to both grow and compost. As you can see, it can be divided vertically. We start from the bottom where there is the compost. That is a prepackaged microbial mix where mixing and eating happens to enhance the quality of the compost. Then we have the second part that is like the greenhouse that is divided in two. One part that is opaque and is where it will be the soil. And then the second part that is transparent and is openable from the top, there where people will put the seeds and plants will grow. We included 3 systems, one of light, one of aeration, thanks to a dual filter design, also a ventilation. Then we will talk to you about materials.
So here there is our model. You can see the 3D model. We have the front and the back where you can see the filter and the plants where they can grow, the two doors, what we just explained basically. On the next slide, we have tried to show how it will be in a living area. It could be a side table, like near our sofa, and it can also be like a sitting element, like a stool. It's a little high, so a stool. And yeah, we can pass to talk our materials. So we are basically who use wood for the top part, and also the door finishes will be wood. The main structure will be made of reclaimed steel, and we are going to use for the other parts some recycled ocean plastic and bio-waste recycled panels that basically are an upcycled natural waste turned into an high-quality material. This material is not artificially colored because it's made from the texture and the color of the material chosen for that panel. And also we are going to use bio-based waterproof composite. It's just a bio-based material made of mix of solid wood and sustainable polymers that are 100% waterproof. And both of them have a production that's environmentally friendly and is also sustainable. Okay.
All right, so for energy, we have investigated the use of soil microbial fuel cells, also known as SMFCs. They have been around for about 100 years, but recent innovations have made them more viable for smart farming. We are looking at a research from Northwestern University where they have created a fuel cell that can produce 68 times the energy required for soil sensors. They are low cost, and the materials that they are looking to use, they're looking to design one that is biodegradable, so it's fine for the environment, and all their data is open source, so we are looking to use some of their information to create that in order to fuel to the energy for our sensors and everything that's in here, so it's basically running off of itself. And then touching on the soil sensors, we want to have sensors in this product so that users can automate but also keep track of their plants and the composting process through the digital platform in the next team. They can see stats and have control over what is happening so that they can have proper readings and data that we can collect to improve our system and make better products, and also give them personalized feedback for improved success with our product.
So we attempted at looking at how much our product would cost. So I'll be giving you details about our mid-range product. We basically have 3 scales that we're aiming for because we want our furniture line to be used by everyone. People who cannot spend too much money on it, don't have a lot of time to spend learning how to grow plants, and also people who are food insecure, of course. So the mid-range market price that we are looking at for the side table is around $399. We have a breakdown of that, and a major part of the cost goes into the sensors because it plays a really important part in helping what Team 2 will be talking about, collecting user data and growing data that can be plant growing data that can be ultimately used to optimize growth and help people share the produce that they grow in their house amongst themselves within the community. And we came up with an average material cost, but we know that we have not considered the production, labor, and marketing cost because our product is not aimed at any one particular demographic. We ideally want everyone to use it. But we started off looking at the demographic in Ontario, the 3 highest demographic that faces food insecurity. So that's a post-secondary student population. Around 40% of them face food insecurity. Single-parent households, around 25% of them face food insecurity, and people of color, who 28% of them face food insecurity. So just to come up with an average, if out of this demographic, if at least 5% of them opt to use our products, that would be around 40,000 units. So that we are hoping that if we have such a large demographic, the overall cost of the product would come down.
Hi. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about our 4 items regarding our success criteria. The first one being modularity. Grow-mature products are versatile, scalable in their modular design. Second, it's intuitive, designed with the maximum user friendliness as possible to make it easy to understand and to cater to a large audience. Having a modern design ensures a clean, visual appealing, and aesthetic look that can fit in a home, because that's ultimately where it's going to go. And last, sustainability, designed using eco-sourced materials and processes to develop those materials as well.
So we have 3 personas. First one is Nick. He has he earns well for himself and spends around $1,000 on his food expenses per month, and he has a very fast-paced life, and he's new to planting and gardening. He would ideally want something that's very easy to use, that's automated. So our second persona, that's Elena. She's a single mother, and she earns around $5,500 per month, and she spends about $800 on her food. She is very concerned about the nutrition that she can provide for her children, and she ideally wants organic and healthy food. She also has her time constraints because she has a lot on her hands. She's a single parent. She has to earn and take care of her kids. And the final persona is a student who is a little not doing as well as the others economically, but she spends around $400 on her monthly groceries. She is more concerned about leading a very sustainable life, and she might have limited space within her dwelling to actually incorporate these growing kids. I won't go into details, but this is some of the insights that we came up with after observing the journey maps that we created for these 3 personas. I'll talk a little bit about the student. So she is very concerned about leading a sustainable life, and she wants to have a positive impact. She wants to create a positive impact as we are facing a lot of impending climate crisis. And if we look at the actions that she takes as a customer, when she chooses to opt for the furniture, we want to give her options. Like, we want to give her agency to choose which type of a furniture that she could afford and go for, and something that also like really fits in the very restricted dwelling space that she has. And she might be also happy to receive helpful perks that the whole system provides, that will be talked about by team 2 after she buys the product.
So we identified 2 major consumers. One, it's obviously individuals, homeowners, etc. And then we have another market, which is businesses. So we can sell this to restaurants and hospitality venues in a bigger scale. We think that will bring the value as being actively contributing to the sustainable living practices, enjoy cost savings on produce, and reduce their impact in their organic waste. Ultimately, our product enhances their overall well-being and quality of life, since they're accessing high-quality nutrition sources of food. Our main activities obviously will be providing them customer service, prioritize that we are providing access to education online through the content and workshops that will be on the Food Connection platform. And for those who opt for like having a monthly subscription service, we will offer a more personalized experience, including regular deliveries of seeds and essential tools to ensure optimal performance, or the indoor greenery and compost system, Graviture. So our strategy to engage with them will be using variable channels, like having the main one as the city harvest facility being where they get introduced to this product, then through the Food Connect platform or website and digital marketing channels. Additionally, we'll provide customer service through call centers and have automated chatbots available. Then we also thought about having the reward system that will be connected to the platform for them to be able to connect to a large range of product. In case they're only growing a certain amount of food, they can go and verify what else is around them with neighbors or in the harvest, city harvest. We thought about partnerships. We think the main one will be partnered with the tech companies, so that will allow us lowering the cost as we talk the sensors, and that will be one of the biggest expense. We also thought about partnership with furniture retailers, probably IKEA. We know that IKEA has a lot of sustainable projects coming up soon, so we could also use that. We have developers, meaning residential buildings, since they are in need of a service that can take all the waste, right? Like the organic waste from all the apartments. And overall businesses that can sell the raw materials like the seeds or the gardening tools that we will need to fulfill the subscription plans. And our main cost includes the research and development expenses, the equipment and facilities, the softwares, and the marketing. Then our main primary source of income will be selling the product and the subscription, selling the compost to third-party companies, and earning commissions from furniture sales or advertisement in our platform.
So our growth plan goes on first quarter of 2024. We're going to focus a little bit on the marketing and targeted segments, forming new partnerships. The second quarter of 2024, we're going to try to come up with, we're going to try to enhance the furniture that we already have and provide new types of furniture. Oh, sorry. And the third quarter, we will try to increase customer engagement by adding CRM and launch loyalty programs. And at the last quarter of 2024, we will try to streamline processes, introduce more AI technology, and provide more opportunities for talent growth. One thing that we also want to talk about real quickly about scale. The product we have right here and what we're designing right now, it's sort of the standard part of the scale. We would provide a cheaper solution for people that cannot arrive with this, and that would be through subscriptions. So you pay a certain amount of money, and then you get all the products and the subscriptions you need. And then you have a more expensive solutions for people that want to increase the size of the module. Since this is modular, you can connect to each other and create a bigger product, so a bigger bench, a bigger table. Thank you, everyone. If there's any questions, go ahead.
Thank you all. It was great. So do we have any questions and feedbacks for our team? Yes, please.
That was great. Oh, I'm a shouter, but okay, I'll use the microphone. And that was great and really, really well thought out. And I think any of the criticisms that I was writing down as you made your presentation, you then answered almost every one of them. Not criticisms, but just thoughts. And all I want to do is add to this what I think is a great idea, and that is, I mean, you were talking about partnering with IKEA, which is great, but you could also partner like with Loblaws, like the monster Loblaws, because they could actually sell like little packs that you could just stick right in there, because they do that now anyway. And every garden center, I mean, the sky's the limit. So you've got like a great product idea. I wanted to tell you that. The app on education, I think, is really, really, really important. Maybe didn't focus on that enough. I'm a very experienced landscape architect as well as an architect, and inside and kill everything that I bring inside. So I need help, even though I'm very experienced. And I think the educational component could actually create a lot of community, because what gardeners do is they all talk to each other all the time. And so this could be like a great connector for, isolated people living alone in their little units with their little vegetables. So I think it's all really great, and I'd be happy to be a beta tester. So when you roll it out, I'm there.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your feedback.
Actually, we have the second team who will be more talking on the platform, where we will have the educational and training sessions, right? So any answers or feedbacks?
Yeah, like we mentioned before, our product will try to connect to all three groups, Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3. So we'll be a sort of a kit. They will explain a little bit more, because we all talked about with each other. But we essentially, it's a product that we're doing, then they can also help us sell with that. But thank you very much for your feedback.
Hi, everybody. So we are Team 2. We are Food Connect. So we are going to expand upon the digital platform that was alluded to in the previous presentation. We had a lot of fun making this, and we're excited to share with you.
Okay, let me start introducing really quickly our team. We have Elisa, my name, Karen. We have Derek, we have Paula, Mai, Charlene, Maimuna, Anurag, and Noman.
All right, just a little bit about our presentation. Our platform, we've got 3 pillars to this digital platform. The first is a digital market, where people will be able to buy and sell different things, including post about cultural exchanges, workshops, so the learning component, as well as redistributing food. The second pillar is community engagement. So we want to foster community, both in person and digitally. So that would look like a social feed with profiles that you'd be able to view other people's growing habits, or their past plants that they've grown, or what workshops they've attended, and so forth. And then we have the urban agriculture analytics side of things, which we will go into later.
So as well, after doing the research and analyzing all the different data, we discovered our problem statement. So if you see it here, most of them are residences from St. Lawrence Market, that they struggle to find fresh, affordable food because they're having some insecurity and some problems with their budgets. So after that, our solution aimed to focus on establish an inclusive networking with the community. That's what we want to do with this digital platform. And this network would aim to foster food insecurity and self-sufficiency. So the process, that it goes all together with all the different other projects of Team 1 and Team 3. So with this quote, it says, redefining the relationship between cities, food, and people. So that's our main objective into this all digital platform.
Okay, so we just saw a quick video of one of our users. It'll be like a company person who is very interested in the data that we are gathering and that we can give. And we also have our main personas, let's say. So we have our individual, just regular user, someone that has a regular home and house. She has 3 kids and she's facing, problems just getting to balance her budget and getting fresh and healthy food for her kids. We also have Jonathan, who is an unhoused individual, he doesn't have actually any budget. So with our platform, we are aiming to connect him to different food banks and other ways of, accessing food. And finally, we have our business owner, Jaime. And we have these users just because they will also be part of the platform by offering food and trying to bring the numbers of food waste down.
So going into the platform itself, it's a digital platform as we talked about. So it's obviously scalable to all the platforms and we can access it. So as Karen said, we have 3 primary pillars on which it's based on. One is the community aspect of it, which is where people actually share what they're growing, which kind of ties up with the first group, like what people are growing. The second aspect is buying and selling, where it's like a marketplace sort of a place where if you're growing something and you have something in excess, you can actually send it and share it with people, and it's like a marketplace kind of system. And the third goes more into the analytics side of it, which is mainly focused on the data that people produce, because as the first group said, they have a lot of sensors which helps us collect real-time data, which is actually a really valuable thing. We are also planning to use this data and open source data to bring it together and make like an open source platform which we can sell to enterprises and bigger companies. So which also becomes the main business model. It ties well to the business model part where the primary revenue comes in. So yeah, it just shows a early prototype of our website, which this is the landing page from which you can actually go into either the enterprise section or you are an average user. So you go in, you can actually look at what people are growing or what people are doing. So the community aspect and the buying and selling aspect ties on this side, while enterprises can exclusively get in touch to get access to this data. We are also integrating AI into this because it ties really well because we already have a data set which we can actually use to get meaningful insights for people who actually want to take decisions. So like we mentioned Loblaws just a while ago. So they might be actually looking for data on food habits that people are having these days, so they can actually make meaningful decisions on this. So this kind of ties with our business plan. And even we can also give good insights to people who are growing stuff based on what they're growing, because their data, we can process it and tell them what they can do to grow it better. So yeah, that's like a gist. So yeah, we also have a reward system, which is more of an incentive to users so that they are more engaged on the platform. So that's just that. So yeah, I'll be handing it off.
On this part, we also have some kiosks just for marketing to have like different visualizations for people, especially that they don't have a computer or their phone. They can do like some scrolling where they can search of what's their closest grocery or where is the closest local food to go. So that's another option for people that don't have access to technology.
So just a little bit about the analytics. This is kind of the backbone of this platform. We have the social feed, which is the one pillar. Then we have the community aspect. Those two are the same. We have the market, the community, and then we've got the analytics. So diving a little bit deeper into the analytics, we're just going to explain the data sets and how those would be used in different scenarios and the AI integration.
So diving into analytics, this is actually a map of how we would take the data, use the data, and provide that data to the consumers. So these are the data sources for us. That's the open source data, Digital Food Connect, and also from our City Harvest partners, that's the first and third group. That is Groviture and UFarm. We organize the data. It goes into analytics. We have a data output. Also, the data output is going to be on different levels based on who's going to use it, if it's a business, research, or also we're trying to expand to the government as well.
Yeah, so before we keep going, I do want to say that this would not just be for monetization. This would be to help innovate our system and make sure that we are taking the right steps forward and we're making informed decisions. So these are just some of the data sets that we'd be collecting. On the far left, we've got from Team 1 and Team 2. So they have sensors in their systems, as previously mentioned. We'd be collecting all that. Then we've got the data that we'd be collecting on our platform, so transactional data, downloads, events that are being hosted, and so forth. And then we've got open source data, so that would be geographical data, location-based data, and statistical data, mostly socioeconomic. So Food Connect analytics would be for, like I said, sustainability. So that would be, there's lots of applications for that. So that would be for Distribution, so optimizing distribution. It would also be for future sight, being able to tell what's going to happen before it actually happens. And it could also be used for research. So all this data would be new data because we currently don't have urban agriculture household data being collected. So this would be the one place for that you'd be able to come and explore and figure out trends and research what you need to research and whatnot. So there's lots of applications, and I'm going to dive a little bit into that. First, I'm going to talk about how an individual could use this if they were to decide to use it or to sign up for the analytics side of things. And that would be, as mentioned before, optimizing your own plants, your own resource usage, so water, energy, optimizing that. We are also going to have AI components, so your own gardening helper, where you could talk to them and ask questions. And this could also be integrated into, if you had a specific trend, you could ask and it would provide not only a data set, but an output. And we named it Olive. And then there'd also, all of this would be real time, which is another benefit. And that would help individuals and businesses and government bodies alike. So this is just an example of what a data set could look like. It would be displayed, it could be a heat map, a chart, polygons, whatever, you name it. So you'd be able to, partnering and in partnership with Grovature, you'd be able to figure out spatial distribution of their food production by age, for example. And then you could see who's growing the most according to age when combining all these layers. And then you could also display it in different forms. So here, going deeper into the type of food, so this would be like tomatoes specifically. And you could see that there's certain age cohorts that are growing or selling or consuming more tomatoes over time in specific neighborhoods. So this would be very useful to many organizations. And it's also for food security. So like I said before, optimization of delivering or distribution. You'd also be able to find better, find food deserts, not just for consumption, but also for production. And you could also correlate with, like I said, open source data, so weather patterns, and that would lead to all sorts of new insights that would help for the future. And then we'd also be leveraging AI. So these are all things that are going to happen or might happen. So risks, obviously climate change, there's economic and political risk and social risk as well. So by analyzing and leveraging the data, this new data that we have, we'd be able to predict trends in the future. So individuals would be able to predict, the AI would be able to predict for individuals future food prices, for example, urban food production quality by neighborhood, for example. And then business would be able to look at specific food demands per neighborhood or by age or whatnot, for example. And then governments would be able to look into disaster planning and better planning resiliency in cities.
So for the business plan, this is what our brand guideline looks like. The fonts, the colors, and so who we are Food Connect, and we are trying to elevate the urban food insecurity by providing a digital space where people can grow, earn, connect, and basically be a very contributing part of the society. Now we were thinking about the ownership. We want the community to get involved, the government to get involved, and an individual to get involved. So we sort of resoluted to PPCP, that's public-private community partnership. So these are the board of representatives. We are going to have our own chairperson and the director. We are going to have a government representative, the treasurer. Since this is going to launch at the St. Lawrence community, we are going to have somebody from the association as well. The secretary, also a government initiative, is also going to be involved. Somebody from FoodShare is going to be a part of our board. And also it's an initiative of George Brown, so George Brown is going to be a part of it. We did a basic SWOT analysis of our product, and that's how we moved on to our platform. We did a competitor analysis. We did two that really hit on with us to be a competitor. That is Too Good To Go and Food AI. While doing the analysis, we found certain gaps that were observed. That's lack of recommendations, lack of nutritional information, possibilities, consideration, community interactions, and the most important part was lack of collaborative projects. So at individual level, people were doing some sort of urban farming, but not as a community. We arrived at our business model canvas, and I would just like to talk about the key proposition. Now, when we looked at everything, we have access to fresh food, we have access to convenience, affordability. We are also doing something about excess food management system and also urban farming. But the most important part of our model is the data set that we will be providing, the analytical part of it, which is also going to be the main form of our revenue. Okay, now how it works. So there are four main categories of consumers that we're looking at. We're looking at the community as a whole. We're also looking at the individual. We are looking at businesses and also offerings to policymakers and researchers. Now, what on the offerings for community and for the individuals are going to be the same, but for the community, it's going to be on the larger scale. So if you look at the offerings, it's going to be buying and selling, community feedback with social profiles. Also, if you would have looked at our prototype, it had growing avatars. So looking at Team 1's presentation, if you looked at the prototype, you must have seen many vegetables. So this gives you a digital presence of those vegetables. You'll see how much it has grown, and you'll be able to also connect with your friends and see what they have grown, their digital avatars of that sort. So it's the same thing that's going to happen on a community level and also offerings on the individual level. As Derek spoke about the data analysis, I'm not going to really touch upon it, but just the customers, that's the businesses, that's going to be the SMEs and corporates, and the policymakers, where we would provide insights and reports that they would use for social welfare based on equality, diversity, and inclusivity. Now, how do we make people stay on our website? So this is something that we thought about. That's Bean Points. They would earn points by referring their friends, participating in different community activities. They would leverage those points and also buying the products of City Harvest. And also they get bonus points if they purchase from local growers. Talking about marketing strategy, sustainability, here we put it as marketing because it's a big pointer in which all of us are moving towards. Sustainability is the backbone of our project, basically. Social media and advertising, we were thinking about our launch event, how it's going to be like. Awareness would be spread through social media platforms like Instagram, TikTok. For advertising, St. Lawrence community would have buses with posters, and also bus stops would have posters about the launch event. Workshops, so since we are going to have, it's a digital platform, people are going to go on that and also register themselves for free workshops that's going to be provided by us. So co-production activities is something where people can come as a community and grow their own plants. And visible products for City Harvest, the visible products, like as you saw, Team 1, they had a visible product that's going to be an a marketing strategy as well for us. Now, revenue streams, there are the actual revenue streams, we are relying on 3. That is the subscription fees, the advertising revenue, and the data monetization. Again, I would like to focus, the data monetization is something really big where we are going to get our revenue from and also give back to the society. The possible revenue streams that we are thinking about for the future would be specialized consultation services, where we would offer consultation services to growing business in the agricultural field. Specialized certification courses, this is something to support the community. And corporate partnership, if any corporate wants to get involved in us, this is something that we would really look forward to doing.
Okay, so after that, we develop a sort of roadmap, a timeline with all of the steps that we are going to perform before, during, and after the launch of the digital platform. In the first 3 months, we are going to focus more on the research and development, but also on the marketing and promotional part and the operation that we need for the actual launch. Then in the development phase, which is going to be After that, we are going to launch the app, as I said, but also we're going to build the marketing strategies app, focusing on the engagement and the feedback that we are going to get from our community. After that, after the platform is working, we are going to analyze all of the performances that we are gathering from the people, but also, of course, we are going to need the maintenance operation, and some sort of marketing planning. So this is our project. We can also see it in a Gantt format, where you can see translated all of the action that we are going to perform. Okay, so thank you so much for listening to us. If you have some sort of feedbacks, you can scan the QR and let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Any questions, feedback to our team? They did a great job. Yes, please. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, I got very excited. This was a great presentation. You've covered absolutely everything. But there was a couple areas that I thought, given that you've got most of the world covered in this, maybe one or two little pieces that you don't, that I would like to throw in under your umbrella. And that is maybe zero waste from restaurants. There is so much waste, and like, people don't know what to do with it. So if you had a component of your app that was restaurants communicating with you, oh my God, we've got like all this food, tell everybody to come and eat here. So I didn't see that. You might have thought about it, but it wasn't in the presentation. And the other thing that I thought was just a little bit confusing was you criticized one of the other apps that you were looking at as not having nutritional information, which made me presume that you think you had nutritional information in yours, but I didn't see it anywhere. And I think that really needs to be prioritized, because why are we eating all this food anyway? Because we want to be healthy, and we want to know what our nutritional, requirements are. Like, if you're having certain problems, maybe you should eat more pineapples. Yeah. That's a whole level that's like maybe beyond this project. But I think, given that you've taken on the world, you may as well throw that in there too.
Thank you for your feedback. Just to respond to that, I agree we haven't highlighted that part of it. But when we were talking about AI integration, the Olive, that's where Olive comes in and talks about nutritional values. You can say, hey, Olive, tell me how to make this and let me know the nutritional values of this. So that's where Olive comes into being. But I totally agree with your point. We would highlight that. Yep. Thank you.
Young generation with AI. Thanks. Well, we'd like to have a picture. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone. We'll be presenting the third component of the City Harvest, which is U-Farm. And here is a beautiful team that work on this project. We'll go through the agenda. How did we define the problem statement? How did we arrive at the design, business model, and the key takeaways? We did talk about the research at the common presentation. We want to highlight few again to which kind of led us the whole design process, and how did we arrive at the design at the end. When we look at the food insecurity, it's kind of a multifaceted problem, and it touched upon health, affordability, access to the nutritional and safe and local food. So which kind of get highlighted throughout these numbers, and which are really shocking. And if you can take a look at the 25%, almost 25% of all the Torontonians are food insecure. They are living in food insecure households. So based on that, we had a reflection that how can we reduce the food miles that kind of affects the GHG emissions, and we can reduce that. Also, we kind of ensure the regular and safe access to the local food, which is also safe and quite nutritional. Also, the other thing was to have a basic needs, because food is one of the major criteria. For example, as a human need, it's that. So how can we provide that, the quality of food? Also, with that, we have like a few reflections point that, for example, sharing knowledge, which revolves around food, having the knowledge to share with people, which kind of creates a social bond around people, which kind of creates a sense of community within people. And Also, when you do gardening, it's kind of a simulation to your mental health. It directly puts you into a better mood, and that way you are doing mentally and physically well, because you are connecting with people, you are sharing your thoughts, how you're feeling. That way you are creating that bond. So the problem statement that we arrived at: how can the residents of St. Lawrence neighborhood find a way to access the local, affordable, and fresh food, as well as to foster the sense of community and belonging in the face of the rapid population growth and the economic downturn? So the mission and the vision here is to reimagine the urban public spaces as a food production units that kind of creates and foster a sense of community within people. So here are the highlighted words that we can see: the transforming urban spaces, vibrant hubs of local food production. That kind of leads the whole design process. So our goal is to create a sustainable system and the sustainable design, which talks about three pillars: economical, social, and environmental. I won't go through all of them. You can read that, which I could just like highlight few words from that. For environmental, we are looking at the nature-based solution. For social, we are trying to foster the community engagement. And for economical, we are trying to create a safe access to the food, which is local, fresh, and safe. So the design strategy for U-Farm is to create landscape, open spaces, and production, which all again tap back to the sustainability aspect of three pillars. So for the economic one, we are trying to create a food production unit, which helps us to create that. Open spaces are the spaces where people could engage, and landscapes are where people are trying to have a safe environment, and which kind of taps into the environmental part. We have two pilot sites. One is the 200 King, which is the Oasis, and the second one is the Sensory Garden, which is the Market Street right beside the St. Lawrence neighborhood.
So we proposed a modular design based, in this case, on 5 modules, but they can be improved, and also we can add more modules based on the necessities. And we proposed these 5 modules, and which are divided in 2 categories. Of course, the food production is the core of our project, since we are talking of food production in an urban environment. But exactly for this reason, for being in an urban environment, we also gave a lot of importance to the social aspect of the project. So we have some social modules and some food producing modules. As for the social modules, we have one module which is a table or a desk. Then we have some benches, which can also be some storage units for the production part. And then as for the production modules, we have 2 kinds of food production. One is soil-based and one is aeroponics, but we will see how they work later. Yes, so we wanted to create also a community space, and a community space that where not everything is provided, but a space which where people could also like bring their own chairs and stuff, so that they could make that space their own. And we have the soil production module, the horizontal food production module, soil-based, the vertical food production module, soil-based, and then we have the vertical aeroponic farming, which is based on the idea of layering. So we have one module that can be stacked based on the necessity. This is one we render for the Oasis, one of the sites. And then we have another render of the Sensory Garden, which is the other site.
So the idea behind the name here, Sensory Garden, is to activate the 5 senses because this is the Market Street right here. So when you are engaging with those modules, the idea is to engage activate your all 5 senses, so that way you are doing the gardening activity by yourself, or if someone is assisting you, that way all the 5 senses are kind of activated.
So this is one of the aeroponics modules, and we thought of the locations where it could be put. So for example, it could be put also on rooftop. So for example, we put the water tank on the bottom to have a low gravity center, and then between the modules, which are the actual production part, there are some gaps so that the wind can go through. And then on top, we have some solar panels, so that is also energy sufficient.
So the primary cultivation method that we chose is aeroponics. That's a system where the roots of the plants are exposed to a nutrient-rich mist. And we chose this for a number of reasons, which include a higher yield. They have a smaller footprint. There's less water needed, and they're a contained environment, so they're less susceptible to pests as well as disease. We identified 5 crops that would do best in our aeroponic system, and they include lettuce, kale, mustard greens, Swiss chard, and herbs. And part of our task was to integrate with Food Connect. So we identified key analytics and data sets to produce a robust system and contribute to their application.
Thank you, Michael. Deep diving into our service offering, at the heart of U-Farm, there is the urban food production, as we saw, and we aim to employ a combination of aeroponic and soil farming techniques to produce an array of fresh food, leafy greens and herbs within our venues. But it's just not about food, it's also about the creation of social public spaces that sort of are an element to drive communities to be something else, to identify with something, and are the catalyzer of a community within the St. Lawrence market. And through, as we said, the multisensorial food experiences, events and workshops that brings together local citizens in the St. Lawrence market. Moving on to the secondary offering, we have the home delivery service, which is driven by the collaboration with the Food Connect app by Team 2, both via the direct fresh food selling through the application, but also via the possibility to purchase a monthly subscription through which people can buy boxes of food and be directly sent to their doorstep. And finally, equal importance is food education, because we want people to experience food in a more conscious way, in a more healthy way, and we want people to know what they are eating and how they can eat it. All of this is cannot be done without also our support services dealing with food transportation and the maintenance of the whole system. Now we want to show the process map, so how briefly our system works, dealing with the two venues, so the sensory garden and the oasis. Here it is showcased the food flow, so how the food goes from the venues to the St. Lawrence market, but also to the application. Okay. Then the integration of the service flow. So as we said before, the monthly subscription that the user can purchase, but also the subscription to the events and the workshops that are taking places in the two venues. But also we wanted to get the attention also on the money flows and the data flows, so the data that we are producing to send to the application, dealing with temperature, air quality, but also the production capacity of our venues and the number of subscription to the U farm. Finally, the stakeholders map, so the people involved in our process, in our system. So the people, local citizens are the main providers, but also we want to put the attention to the strategic partners, so the George Brown College, the St. Lawrence Market, but also who works in there, local farmers and personnel. And finally, the providers of the goods and services without which our system wouldn't work. So the raw material suppliers and the chefs, the IoT and AI technicians to monitor our production, and the actors impacted, so the municipality of Toronto.
We designed two different personas who take part of our service in the two different parts, so in both garden, sensory garden, and oasis. This is Jane. Jane is a working student who usually prepares healthy food and has lunch at university. This is her experience. He discovers that there exists a terrace in George Brown College with the garden, so the oasis part of our service. And she goes over there with her friend to have lunch. She discovers that she can subscribe through the application to have monthly at home some healthy food thanks our service. So she decides to subscribe. She shares some healthy food on Instagram, and she tells other people that she decided to subscribe. This is our second persona, and he is Raj. He is a retired grandfather, and he loves crafting international dishes with spicy and fresh products. This is his experience. He goes to the market, so to the secondary part of our service with his grandson. He passes his free time with his grandson at the sensory garden, and he discovers he can take part to a workshop thanks to a flyer. He participates to the workshop, and then he tells about it to his friends.
Okay, finally, a quick overview on the business model canvas. U-Farm revolves around a quite simple but yet powerful idea. So the transformation of underutilized urban spaces into these vibrant, edible landscapes that are a sort of catalyzer of the community within the city limits. Moving into the customer interface blocks of the business model, we thought that our customer segments could be local residents of the city of Toronto, but also institutions that are willing to invest and adopt their model. We are going to manage the customer relationship through community engagement and feedback and collaboration loops. Channel distribution channels deal with the direct sale, the subscription, the Food Connect app, partnerships, workshops, and events. Going on to the value network, of course, we have key partners like local Torontonian government, the agricultural technology suppliers, but also local businesses and schools like the GBC that is providing us the terrace, for example. Key activities and key resources without which we cannot sustain our model are, of course, the module production and urban farming modules, but also expertise, which is an intangible asset that is really important for us for our farming, especially in aeroponic. And finally, dealing with the economic model, we have a quite high initial setup costs and operational expenses through the acquisition and installation of the modular farming, but also for the staffing and the provision of water, electricity, seeds, and the raw materials. But we aim to also have consistent revenue streams coming from the sales, the subscription fees, and the subscription to the events and the workshops and futures grants and sponsorships coming from the city. We also design a brief roadmap, so we imagine year zero as the launch. In 1-2 years, we aim to consolidate and optimize our model, to strengthen it, assessing the impact and understanding and analyzing the community from the feedbacks from the community, of course. Later in year 3, we aim to expand locally, so within the city limits of Toronto, identifying new locations and expanding also our marketing and awareness. Then we aim to also scale regionally, so dealing also with adaptation and customization to new venues, to new places within the region, and also identifying new funders, investments. And finally, our main aim, like also our vision, our superior vision is to have Toronto to be a sort of global benchmark that everyone can look at to grab this model and adapt it to its place, its venues. Also through everything, of course, with the continuous improvement and adaptation and monitoring.
Thank you. So with UFarm, we are a key component in addressing food insecurity. So what we're doing hyperlocal access, and it decreases the carbon footprint that is generated by importing food and increases food access for people who are food insecure. And by addressing the food insecurity, we are also tackling secondary concerns that affect quality of life for people. People are often under a lot of stress and anxiety when they cannot access food. We're always wondering where your food is coming from, and the decrease in nutrition causes a lot of health problems. And these two things can be solved by having hyperlocal access. So food is a common thing that reaches across all demographics and it unites us all together, regardless of our financial or economic or social situation. And through this, food is a facilitator for sharing cultural knowledge and its celebration. Moments of connection, engagement, and delight can be created in unexpected, underused environments in around the city by using food gardens as decoration, the activity, and the topic of discussion. So in the end, food is beautiful. It's engaging, community building, and it's worth celebrating. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or feedback? Well, from other teams also we can have questions. Nothing? Yes, please.
Okay. Got a question that is about, because what we've done is very, very clear. It's also, the design to me is even too much design, but on the other side is just this cultivation, because at the end, really, you said no, because you are good. Also, the carrots cannot be done there, so there is nothing on the list. But it's just that it's a production that is go on 12 months per year. There will be the conditions, so much really is the consumption that you got of energy to produce your lettuce in winter. I mean, you have thought about this, because really is not said if a seasonal thing is a forever, and what kind of crops I got during the year, because it's very, very reduced. The idea is good, but it's just product.
Yeah, I completely agree with your point. So the idea is to have a year-round produce for sure, because we are dealing with food insecurity, and having a clear access to that would be nice. So what we imagine that the street that we have might not be producing food during the winter. It would be more soil-based, so that way we could have produce which are grown in winters as well. But over on the terrace side, it will be more focused for the produce, so that way we could generate revenues that kind of feeds into the energy uses that we could during the winter time. If I don't know if I did clear that out.
Another comment from the online group. This is from Hala Chawi. Noted a note for the team on aeroponic systems. Aeroponic systems rely on a synthetic nutrient solution. Consider whether the source of the synthetic fertilizer is sustainable compared to nutrients in organic fertilizer made of composted food waste. Also, the best defense against plant pathogens is organic matter that is rich in beneficial microbes. These outcompete pathogens. Enclosing a garden to protect it from pathogens is typically costly, and it isolates humans from plants. Interacting directly with plants, on the other hand, is healthy and uplifting. So just would note there from Hala. So thanks so much for that
Thank
note.
you so much for that.
And now we're ready for team 4, where we will be jumping on the health and well-being issues, right? So let's have team 4 and 5 later. And as you can see, these teams might be not connected to each other, that what's maybe you're thinking of that, but actually they are, because the teams actually have been working, all 11 teams are working actually on the main 3 life domains, which is the housing, food, and health. So maybe in the future we will be able to see a neighborhood having these kind of components.
Hello everyone, this is Team 4 and we have been developing a mobile health and wellness pop-up structure. We're looking into generating a new type of space for health and well-being within the GBC students. This is our lovely team. We have Patricia, myself, Yulia, Serena, Luigi, Julia, Young, Kelsey, Gemma, Aman, Yash, Matteo, and Victoria working on this project, and Tansu was our advisor. Taking you through the agenda, I will be opening with the problem statement, mission requirements and urban analysis, and then passing word to Julia. She will cover the design proposal, sustainable materials and the technologies, and the master plans and all the plans for our building. And then coming to Patricia, who will talk about the business development and the animation. Setting up the context, we are looking into the whole fabrics of Toronto, into 4 GBC campuses, which is the Casa Loma. Can you hear me okay? Okay. St. James campus, Waterfront campus, and the Daniels building, which is right here. And our test bed is right outside of the Daniels building. So what is the problem is that students in Canada cannot access health and well-being services. It is a complicated process of getting your insurance, of actually reaching out to a doctor or to a counselor. So we wanted to create a space that will ease up that process. And also working together with the Team 5, they will be developing a digital platform for all the students, a single place to access your health information, your counseling sessions, and they will cover a lot more about that. So initially, we went outside of the building and looked what actually site has to offer. The first thing we noticed is that there's a lot of traffic, and even the trees that are presented are not enough to provide the noise reduction. So every time we had to shout at each other to actually hear each other. But it also offers a great development ideas if we want to, sorry. It offers a lot of publicity because a lot of the students come through this place, and if there's an exciting pop-up structure, they will definitely notice and they will definitely make a mental note. So our mission in the project requirement is to develop a modular expandable structure that could be taken within 4 GBC campuses, transported back and forth as a single module or as a deployed structure. And we looked into the ecological landscape of Toronto, the community spaces and expandable spaces, and how to encourage well-being and health education within the GBC students. So the next step was to create a persona. I would like you to meet Adele. She is a design student. She's 22 years old and coming internationally. She's a community-minded, responsible, humble, and focused, but also she's struggling with anxiety, stress, disconnection, and sometimes feels quite lonely being alone and being a newcomer to Toronto. Having a day with Adele, she starts it with having at 6 in the morning, going to her part-time job, finishing part-time job, coming to studies. By this point, she feels extremely overwhelmed and disconnected from herself, feeling that she is either in her tasks or not even present in the moment. But this day is different. She decided to reach out for help and finds out that the GBC now offers a pop-up structure with mental health support and various activities like a peer mentorship plus, where you can discuss with your fellow students on your problems. She decides to participate in this journey, and by the end of the day, by having a meeting with her counselor, by having some workshops, she's feeling a lot better and not that stressed, so she can start her next day on a more positive note. In terms of the UBL analysis, we looked at the conceptual design of the site, the volumetric design of the building, sustainable materials and technologies to be used, in inclusive accessibility solutions. So these are initial sketches of the site. We wanted to play with the existing trees we have around there, to have modules going around, going in the circles and in a zigzag shape that also reminded us of a snake that's also resembled with the healthcare system. And then we tried to make an interlocking shapes, also having the views of the lake, to have the same kind of a passage, but keep the entrance to the Daniels building open and keep the circulation within it open as well. So now I'm gonna pass to Julia, and she is gonna talk about our design proposal.
Okay, here we can see our primary concept. We started from a case study placed in Toronto. It's called Yorkville Park. And we wanted to resemble this rock arising from the ground. And as Julia already mentioned, we also wanted to have a free form resembling the health path that a person can have. In our case, we then found out that having a modular structure that is also arising from the ground could be really difficult to develop because we had to go inside parametric design that is taking a lot of time. So we ended up with a one-level structure, but we decided to keep the free form for the main shape of the structure. And here we can also see how we decided to develop the module. In this case, we decided to go for this snaky shape, but we can also notice after in the master plan our shape in order to make the most out of the space we had, since we found out that our existing context was not really helping us, since we have a lot of trees, umbrellas, we also have the stairs and the railings that are not helping us with the spaces. In this case, we actually, made the most out of the space, but in some other campuses, if we decide to represent again this solution, we can also play around with more other shapes. Here we can see actually the first two alternatives. We wanted to go around the trees in order to include the nature present, but after this we found out that the space in between the trees was not enough actually to host our structure and welcoming structure. Here we can see the possible development of the different shapes through the different modules. And yeah, we can have a continuous shape or also different stations. Here we also can see all the materials we decided to go for.
We have a lot of sustainable materials, but obviously we also had to face the insulation problem. So not all of the materials could be fully sustainable. For example, we had to choose insulating glass that is not a recyclable or renewable material, but it was necessary. But at the same time, we can see the walls that are obviously the main part of the structure are made out of hempcrete, that is a renewable material, and it can also be shaped as we wanted. We needed a flexible material since our walls are curved, and hempcrete can be molded, so is customized. We have chance to customize it. We also have a cork floor that is also an insulating and sustainable material, since to harvest it, there's no need of cutting out trees, and it can grow again within 9 years. To protect the hempcrete on the facade, we decided to go for a sustainable wood cladding that we actually have some prototypes here. This wood cladding is we have these wood parts attached to a fabric with a vegan glue, and in this case, this cladding is working as rain protection for the hempcrete that is kind of sensitive to humidity. We also investigate, and there's the possibility in the future to implement a hydrogen cooling system to cool during the summertime and to have a passive design system. Here, we also wanted a more flexible space. So we also decided to have some modules that could be openable, and in order to have like spaces that during the winter could be enclosed and during the summer could be open. So we went for this inflatable system, and it's made out of a steel frame, and in the middle we have ETFE. Yeah. ETFE material that is gonna be inflatable, and this material is fully sustainable. Here we can see how it's gonna be connected, and also we can see the floor solution, because obviously the walls and the roof will be inflatable, but the floor will need to be taken apart every time. Here we can see our elevation and how our structure will relation with the Daniels building. And here we have different options for the interior. For this solution, for the Daniels building solution, we decided to have a more private area at the upper part. In fact, we decided to not have any window in order for people who are looking for consultancy to feel safe, in a safe place. Then we can see the two inflatable modules that during summer can be taken apart, and the bottom part will be a more flexible space in order to host workshop and groups activity. And finally, we can see the relations between our building and the environment around and the people that can enjoy it.
In terms of the business plan, we're just going to touch on 3 aspects: the business model canvas, the timeline, as well as we're going to look at a little bit of the cost analysis. So just to take you through, I'm not going to go through the whole business canvas, but we're going to focus on, for example, the value proposition. With this modular design, it really has 3 main value proposition. It positions George Brown College as an innovative institution prioritizing well-being and sustainability, which is aligned with their 2026 strategic imperative. In terms of even dovetailing from that, the other thing is the strategic branding. This will act for differentiating George Brown College from other institutions. Again, that will be a value proposition. And the modular, the actual physical space, the modular, the mobile modular sustainable space, that is actually going to be another value proposition for George Brown College. Now, who are the clients? Right now, we are in a pilot stage, so the first focus will be the students themselves, but as we move into a post-pilot stage, then we will introduce like faculty and staff, for example. Now, in terms of the client relationships, it is going to be collaborative, it's going to be supportive, and it's continuous engagement through workshops and other events. In terms of the channels, a combination of group sessions, in-person, and even campus events, as well as collaboration with the Student Association here at George Brown College. Now, in terms of the key partners, here we have, of course, the George Brown College, but we want to be able to partner with wellness experts as well as sustainable suppliers, because that is the premise of the whole design. Sustainability is what we want George Brown to be known and be put at the forefront. In terms of the key activities, marketing becomes very essential, whether it's in pre-launch phase or as it goes up to the post-launch phase. The design and construction, of course, that's going to be major when it comes to the key activities, the wellness programs, and the maintenance and operations. Key resources, sustainable suppliers. And that is mentioned again because this can represent like a specialty group. You know, the vendors, the sustainable suppliers, the modular structures, the wellness experts. Now, in terms of, let's look at the cost structure. So, like I said, initially, whether it's pre-launch all the way to the end, marketing is going to be one of the expense lines. And the material, when you enter into that sustainability market, sometimes there's an additional cost affiliated with that. So that's going to happen. And then there's the transportation and maintenance of the actual modular structure, staffing and affiliated professional fees, as well as the operational costs. But when we look at the revenue streams, because you have to have something to sort of minimize or at least mitigate the cost impact, there's the brand, if we work with brands aligned with the sustainability and wellness, so we're talking about partnerships, we're talking about sponsorships, Canadian banks, for example, insurers, hydrogen-based schooling system companies, those represent partnerships where it can, like I said, minimize the impact of the cost on structure. And like I said, grants and sponsorships. So we wanted to also kind of push it, even though we don't have any understanding of what the future holds, or whether it's a go or no go, we want to be able to say, okay, what happens if we do get to 3 years out? We are presently in 2024, of course. We are in the design and build phase, the prototyping phase, the learning phase. And we have set goals and KPIs, very high level KPIs that will have to be teased out to low level KPIs as they go through and as this project, if it gets to a go station, to a go, not station, but to a go for the project. So we have, like I said, implemented, we have designed in 2025, if it is a go for 2025, the implementation phase with its affiliated goals and key KPIs, the growth and evaluation phase in 2026. And in 2027, that's looking at more institutionalizing. So it's trying to integrate it into the culture of George Brown College. Now, if you go to the next slide, which is the cost, this is really, again, to tease it out a little bit more. So, like I said, we are in the 4 phases. It's hard to maybe estimate and guesstimate the different phases, but these are some of the itemized, expense lines that will come. Like we said, marketing will have that hockey stick approach from this year. That is something that has to be incorporated. But when we look, especially within this year, it is going to be the research and development phase. The marketing, which, like I said, will be low because it'll be utilizing the present GBC platforms, but that will, like I said, have that hockey stick approach, and it will increase as we go ahead. But the partnerships, as I mentioned in the prior slide, that is what's going to minimize that cost impact. And so that's really what the cost structure will look like, and that's why we have sort of kind of itemized it into the different buckets in the implementation phase, the growth and evaluation phase, and the institutionalization and optimization phase. So we are thinking, ahead, and like I said, no one has a crystal ball, but in the event that it goes, at least we have that cost structure in our minds. So the next slide, I believe, is the so okay, I think you speak to the animation.
Just 1 minute left.
Yeah, we are good. Because it's our last slide. So this is the animation of the process. And I don't know if anyone wanted to speak towards the animation.
Yeah, so this is animation of the sketches we initially developed and how we were thinking about it and the whole think ideas, and then what it turned out to be. Video a render video. Forgot what's the name of it, of the building on the site, coming around of it, showing it within the urban context of Toronto, and yeah. I forgot to add music. Okay, where the animation is going, actually, as a second cohort at the ITSP program, we highly encourage you to take part of the survey. You see the poster, Let's Talk Well-Being. There is a big QR code. Please take part in that survey. We're still developing this project for several next months, and we need your input. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have questions, feedback for our lovely team? Congratulate you. You're on time. Yes, please, Susan.
I just watched this movie called The Perfect Day about a toilet cleaner in Japan. And there were these very beautiful modules that were all clear. But when you walked in and locked the door, then there was not a screen that came down, but the glass became all frosted. I'm wondering if you need to think about that. People who are getting mental health and even going for health appointments, they don't really want people, first of all, to see them through the glass, even though it's a very nice structure. And they might even need like a kind of place where they don't have to be seen standing in line. So I think that there's a kind of, it's beautiful, it's public, it's, there's some wonderful ideas there, but I think a little bit of privacy would be something to think about. So.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's actually a great idea. We do want to implement modules that are glazed, and maybe a glass that could switch on, from transparent to opaque is something to think about. Thank you.
Yeah, in this slide, we can see that the upper part was actually reserved for these privacy spaces. And yeah, this I forgot to mention. We also have these movable walls inside the modules. So one module can be fully private and no one will be able to see who is inside.
Okay, the toilet are by Kengo Kuma, but on the other side is just also the EFTE. You can change the color and a lot of density about these things because it's a bubble. Inside there are some gases that you can also make opaque. Another thing is just that if that is the part that is the one that is the most important because there is the privacy and so on, really invent something because, okay, you got problems, other things and so on, doesn't matter what you got, but really maybe it's not only something that is dark or just with artificial light. On the other side, 2 doors. You know that 2 doors is something that you cannot control. So this is another problem, really, if you want really to host there people with some problems.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter what is the problem.
Thank you very much. We'll be considering it in the future development as well.
Oh, there's a feedback for you guys. Maybe I can read that as well. One of our participants, Colleen, recommending that the engaging healthcare professionals early in development. And first topic is learn about the workflow requirements and limitations, payment requirements, professional college requirements, and will secure internet connection be available for health providers to log in into medical records. So kind of infrastructure maybe is crucial as well. Thank you. And team 5, this time we're gonna see the digital space for well-being.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is team 5, and we're happy to be here. Our question that we have, so we're presenting a digital solution for health and well-being, and our focus is on how we can create a well-being digital solution that connects students to places and services, through an inclusive and holistic approach, while enabling an agile and customized learning and feedback environment mechanism for college students. These are our team members. I will not take the time to introduce each of us because we all have roles to play. So at the point where we're talking, we're going to mention our names. But my name is Temi Tayo. Okay, so first of all, we did some quick research, and our focus was on finding out from GBC students, just wanting to know your experience as it relates to the health and well-being services that you have access to. So our question to them was, have you accessed any health and well-being service as a student, whether within GBC or just while being here in Toronto? From what we saw, it helped us to come up with our problem statement. There was a thread that we saw, and 3 main issues came out of this. And these 3 issues are that there is, first of all, a lack of awareness of available resources, both within the GBC and in Toronto. Students don't know what resources are available to them. There's also a stigma. There's high-level stigma. This stigma is largely around mental health issues especially. And of course, there's also difficulty when it comes to accessing physical and mental health resources available in the community. So for that, our focus right now is on creating a solution that helps to consolidate existing resources, both within GBC and external, that will sort of make the current existing solutions, take them beyond just information and make it a solution that connects students both with themselves and with resources that are available, and also make available educational resources available to them. And in the long term, what we want this to be is a solution that can be deployed to other universities and colleges within Canada. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hiba. I'm part of the 2nd cohort of this program, working on this project this year. Our values that we wanted to list it out are presented in the circular model, which is something that we're trying to look after during the whole process of this project, as well as collaboration. This would allow a holistic health and well-being solution for the students, focusing on the student body and fostering a community. The focus is preventative health measures and demystifying the healthcare system and the access to it in order to prevent sicknesses and not provide diagnostics through our solution. And this will be achieved through empathy, comfort, and understanding their feelings. Through various brainstorming sessions and preliminary surveys, we've come up with 3 main solutions that we'd like to implement in our digital platform. The first one, which we'll be focusing on today, is developing a website that acts as an app, and this will support it with an AI triage system that will allow students to be able to plug in their symptoms, and then these will be able to redirect them towards solutions that are both within the GBC well-being system as well as within the local Toronto service, ideally within a 15-minute walking distance of the campus that they've selected. The other 2 solutions that we've come up with is the GBC Connect board, which will act as a community board and strengthen the community within the GBC system, as well as an education platform, which will allow us to achieve the goal of preventative measures rather than curing sicknesses. And then in order to be able to reach that, we couldn't have been able to do this without developing user personas and their journey maps.
I'm Limya, and I will be taking you through the user journeys as well as Trishni. So here we speak about Jamal. He is an 18-year-old first-year student, and he is the first-generation student of his family going to pursue college education. He has been seen as a role model in his family, and he has a lot of responsibility. So it is actually taking a toll on his mental health. We go through the journey map of his admission to school and then his interaction with our platform and the ongoing process of it. So when he gets the admission, he is actually experiencing pride and excitement from which, when it comes to paying his fees, he and his family experience struggle and anxiety. Later on, they move to like once he has done paying his fees, there is overwhelm and curiosity on his first day of college. Later during his semester, he experiences stress and anticipation when he's going through his studies. He then comes to know about our platform during his orientation, and he ends up signing up on our platform. However, he does not end up using it, but later during the intersession, when he realizes that, he goes back and remembers about our platform, and then he goes and he checks about the appointments to the counselors. Then he experiences support and validation from our platform, which gives him a sense of relief and connection. Later, he connects with the counselors, and that is the whole ongoing process, which leads him to growth and resilience in his career as well. Drishni will take you through the next person.
Hi guys, I'm Drishni, and I'm quickly going to take you through another student named Christine, who is a 24-year-old fourth-year student who is an international student from the USA. Looking back at Christine's background, she grew up with a mom who constantly food shamed her, and that's why Christine struggled with a lot of low self-esteem, and growing up, she was very ashamed and was not able to be out there. So she decided to study culinary arts at GBC, hoping to improve her relationship with food. Coming back from a summer break, there's a workshop that's held at GBC which introduces a platform, and where she learns about the resources that are that include like diet plans, counseling services, fitness classes, and which sort of gives her a sense of relief, because now she knows there's a platform out there that will help her. Through the workshop, as she learns about the resources, she reaches out to a counselor and a nutritionist, which also, like, because it's childhood sort of a trauma, there's a lot of vulnerability when she is talking about it. But as she goes through her journey, she incorporates all the diet plans, attends the counseling sessions, engages in self-help resources, she finds a sense of control and gradually improves and notices positive changes in her studies, concentration, and overall well-being. So now that we have now that we know how our platform will help these students, let's have a look at how it's actually going to look.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nikki, and I'll be going over the digital prototype. It'll be a video, so I'll just be going over it as it plays. So we start off at the dashboard. It's the student hub for all things wellness and health in accordance to our values. As you can see, there's announcements, quick navigation, as well as an AI bot at the top if someone has specific things that they already know that they want from the platform. So going into well-being, this is all of the internal services that George Brown offers. And the main thing is health services, which is an external sort of map of all of the medical institutes within a 15-minute walk of George Brown College. So now we're into the AI chatbot. So they search up, I'm looking for a walk-in clinic from George Brown. And I'm going to pass it over to Denisa to explain the mapping system.
Hello, I'm Denisa, and this is the 14 working map with all health services. In the most popular are pharmacies and rehabilitation centers, and the less prevalent ones are working centers and hospitals. However, there are 3 different wide clinic centers with different specialized practices, such as one clinic, where we can find walk-in clinic, family doctors, lab services, women's health, dermatology, wellness and aesthetics, and the other 2 big clinics are Health One and Health Casa.
So in order to determine what services will be offered for the students, we've started thinking about feeding the AI system, which will be done through research and working collaboratively with Health Canada and OHIP. And the levels of criticality that we've determined are preventative measures, common illnesses, urgent care, emergency care. These are so far split into mental and physical symptoms. And these symptoms will be able to be fed into AI bot, and that is how it will be able to be smart enough to figure out where to send them.
So as you can see from the previous slide is that the actual triage system is pretty in-depth. There's so many different factors that go into what makes our healthcare effective. And so one of the large challenges in design is to try to find a way of making these overwhelming options easy yet personable, which is something that might be missing in AI, which is what the graphic component is important to do. So as you can see, as we go through the surveys, people get to input their answers and what symptoms they have been experiencing. They can list out what they've been experiencing over the past few days. And based on the answers that they give, it helps personalize the results that they have towards their healthcare options. And a lot of the ones that are available within the 15-minute radius as shown by Denisa on the mapping. So a large component of this is trying to find a more personable way of letting an AI chatbot discuss what healthcare options you have without feeling isolated, without feeling robotic, but also still feeling professional. Yes. And so for the branding system, touching on that, it kind of leads into what our brand name is called, Student Body. It's about connecting the students to their sense of health, connecting student to body, but as well as focusing the student body as a whole. What are we like as a community? So one of the challenges with this is we felt that students wouldn't feel as connected to a brand using AI if it's overly connected to the institution itself, because they need to have more of a space that makes them feel like they can be vulnerable, they can discuss the issues that they have. And so using these colors, we're using some of the George Brown branding colors, but trying to stray away from necessarily putting George Brown within the title. These are some of the typefaces that we used. And some of the icons and introducing illustrations were just to add some more personality to what could be relatively cold.
So touching points upon our business model, our key partners so far would be the George Brown College, Brookfield Sustainability Institute, as well as the local health services. The goal is to be able to collaborate with the local health services and foster relationships with them in order to improve the service for these students. In the long term, we are looking to deploy this service to other universities within Canada, as well as collaborating with Health Canada and OHIP. And these would be able to help us reach our value propositions, which we've mentioned before, of being a circular, holistic solution for students that is very empathetic and comfortable. And in order to be able to achieve those, our customer relationships, which is the GBC student body, would have to be very on a human level scale rather than just on a robot scale, as well as by having continuous engagement, improvement through data collection, and of course, cybersecurity. In order to protect their privacy and their data collection, one of the features that we will be adding to this platform is that in order to access this, you need to be an active GBC student with your specific ID, which will be able to track and monitor in a safe way the activities that are happening in there, to also reduce any forms of cyberbullying that might happen within the board. The existing channels would be the existing GBC channels, and the customer segments would be our well-being center and students. And then for the revenue streams and cost structure.
Yeah, so for the cost structure, we would have like development costs, which would include like salaries and wages, tools and software, and etc., and probably infrastructure if we need for the development of the AI tool and the website. The operational costs, again, salary and wages of the staff working there, the team which is working on it, and their benefits and insurance and stuff like that. And then marketing and the partnership cost expenses, because we would really like to market it well around Toronto and other places so that people know about this thing, the students know about this, and they can access it properly. Coming to the revenue stream, the first three, which is the partnerships, the grants, and the brands aligned with health and well-being, would be a part of a phase one, where we would do partnerships with clinics around us, the clinic or other places which can offer students with these services, and the grants, of course, which we would need for the students so that they can have these at low cost and they do not spend their money out of their pockets as such. The last part would be for a second phase, which would be a subscription model, where we would take, we would give subscriptions to other universities or schools in Toronto, which can get on board with us and maybe to help their students get this benefit from this, and that can act as a revenue for us.
Thank you. So for our goals and deliverables, we've been able to put them into into the next 3 years. So for year one, our focus is on transition, transformation, and implementation. For that, we want to consolidate the well-being services, the health platform, and establish relevant healthcare partnerships. For year two, our focus will be on research, engagement, and then the better phase of the product. So for this, we want to research for improvement. We would have provided this service for 1 year to students in year one. So by year two, we want to hear from you. We want to know what you think about the product, and we want to incorporate this back into the product. And that would help us. And then at this stage also, based on the feedback we get from you, this will go back into the kinds of engagements we will have to engage new partners that will help us to implement your suggestions to us. And that will help us to give you a better phase of this product. By year three, we will be having another evaluation because continuous improvement is key for us in terms of quality assurance. And then we're also going to be looking at expansion. As part of our evaluation as well, we want to know at this point if this product is now ready and fit to be deployed to other markets, other universities. You know, like we told you in the beginning, we want to look at this going to other universities across Canada. So expansion, we want to expand and start deploying this, and then we'll have the growth phase where we diversify the revenue sources and integrate this and make sure this is properly integrated into the campus structure. I won't look too much into the KPIs because those are well spelled out. So this is our conclusion. In trying to conclude this, I was thinking about the best way to do this, and I found a quote by Plato, which says that the part can never be well unless the whole is well. I think this speaks very strongly even to our name. We call this product Student Body. So first of all, the whole student should be whole in terms of their mental health and their well-being as well as their physical health. And then we're also telling you that we are here to be connected together because we're not whole except you're whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have questions, feedback from online participants as well? Please.
My questions are because I'm very engaged in your work. So I think it's, I did crit kind of a little bit of an earlier part of this, and I think that you've made a lot of really good, substantial evolvements, let us say. The thing that I worry about, and this, you know, I don't know when and how we're ever going to work this out, but doctors are not an easy bunch of people to deal with. They're a regulated body. They have liability insurance and a lot of rules. And I'm just, I think that at some point it would be a really good idea to get a doctor or to talk to somebody about like that, the whole OHIP, because I was listening to the radio the other morning and somebody said if they went to a walk-in 3 times, their family doctor was canceled. And I thought, you know, this is like there's a lot of territory going on here. And I think it would be really helpful that, like, I loved your last slide, that it's the holistic, it's the whole body, it's all the caring aspects that you're really working with. And, you know, doctors don't usually work with that. So to me, it's a good alternative service, but how it's going to dovetail with medicine, I think is still a really big question. And I think you're up to answering it. Thanks.
Thank you.
But yeah, this is a valid point, and one of the key features at the beginning in order to be able to develop this platform is to collaborate with the existing healthcare services, and that would take an extensive amount of time and relationship building in order for that to become a much easier service for them to use, and which is why we're focusing on the 15-minute radius of the campuses and not deploying it all over Toronto. We're looking for more of an immediate solution for them, and considering all the resources that are available here, that would be a good start as a pilot stage to focus on Daniels and all we have here available, and then continue with Waterfront, Daniels, and then eventually Casa Loma. And then once we're able to figure out the operational level or plan for that to be executed, that's when eventually in the long term it'd be deployed to other universities. Correct. And they also have within themselves a referral network, which is how we'd be able to deploy it eventually, is that once the relationship is built with the doctors within the immediate vicinity, their referral network would be allow us to deploy it much further within the GTA and then go on from there.
And one last note from the online group from one of your advisors, Colleen Young, also just wanted to comment to great job, Team 5. To Matayo, I used the Finn example of Waka Pass in another setting. Thank you for that. And Angelique, student body works well. It has grown on me. So it was great. Good job.
Thank you.
So thank you to Team 5. And now we're going to ask Team 6 to come up and we'll do certificates and a group photo for Team 5.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for coming here. So we are the Team 6. Our topic is sustainable cabin design. Going to the next slide. So before we start our presentation, we actually have a video that we would like to show you. Thank you. So this video kind of captures how our project is basically like an escape from the city life, and you go to the wilderness and enjoy over there. So before that, I'll quickly introduce my team. Mankirat, myself, we have Bowen, Chirag, Felipe, Mafrua, Joanna, Fuki, Tegan, Federico, Carolina, and Alessandro. So starting with our client brief, so we were actually were asked to design a cabin for hybrid workers who are working after the pandemic. So sometimes they would work from office and the other times they want to go home and start working from home. And they wanted to escape the city routine, the city life, the chaos, and just wanted to be in the nature and maybe work from there. So the cabin that we are supposed to design has to be sustainable, cost efficient, and a very cozy, family friendly vibe kind of thing. Going to the next slide, which is our problem statement. So how can we create a sustainable yet a smart living cabin for small families who are flexible workers of the future? Next, we mapped out a couple of needs and challenges. So in needs, we were supposed to design a modular recreational cabin which has ample lighting and very good ventilation, and it should be far from the city. It should be in the nature, where you have your own workspace and you're surrounded by the nature. It should have an open kitchen living space. So it should be conventional yet sophisticated. In terms of challenges, we did had a certain budget and design constraints. Apart from that, the design had to be sustainable and inclusive, energy efficient, and most importantly, Canadian weatherproof. Going to the next slide, over to Mafruha.
So through this Venn diagram, we are trying to merge desirability, feasibility, and viability. So we are trying to do technical needs and design challenge, and also the reflection of the quality of the living through this diagram. We try to show it. So and here we try to affordability meets sustainability. So here we are using timber and stone for sustainability, and also we are trying to natural airflow, natural light for this, and solar panel, gray water system, and smart features is going to it will ensure the efficiency, and next strong foundation and less maintenance will help it is help help them for the future. So this is not just a home, it is a place where they live, and it will be sustainable also. So it's
Okay, so I'm going to talk about our design strategy a little. Our three main focus were sustainability, functionality, and affordability. We considered eco-friendly materials to promote a more sustainable lifestyle. Materials like timber and concrete for the foundation to keep it strong and weatherproof, timber to keep it sustainable. We also wanted to use such materials to bring in natural elements into the indoor setting. We started off with a very fun brainstorming activity where we drew in 3 stages. We drew immediate future possibilities 10 years later and radical 25-year later ideas. After receiving strong criticism, we went back at the drawings and revised them, which was basically round 2. Then we divided ourselves, Then we divided ourselves into 2 teams instead of 3, and finalized the idea, and then took the 2 elements that the elements that we liked from both the ideas and combined them into one final idea. We also used AI to create images which acted as mood boards. We tried to capture episodes from a day in the life at the cabin, how the infrastructure would frame the natural environment around it, trying to include construction materials and how they would look aesthetically, like stone and wood, how it would feel like to be working from there with solar panels, how it will look like at night, just exploring with AI. Handing it over to Chirag.
All right, so the first thing, the name of the project, we kept it Casa Verde. Casa in Italian means house, and verde in Italian means green. So our idea with this project was to create a structure which would blend with the nature around it. And as you might see, the building material for this project, we have used wood because it sort of like camouflages with a site around it. And it brings in the sophistication of the cozy cabin house in the wilderness, merging advanced design and technical aspects to bring forward a home that is conventional yet modern. Sustainability is something that we have kept up utmost importance to, not just with the use of environmentally friendly materials, but also how we reimagine the different ways we can reuse our available resources like water and electricity. This is one of the interior renders of how it will look like for the master bedroom, which would eventually be on the 2nd floor. For this, I'll hand it over to Alessandro.
Here we can see the ground floor plan. We can see that it's divided into 3 modules. The central one that is that is a dining area. It's made by a double-height walk-through space. And 2 very big windows that makes the design blended with the nature. On the left part, we have the the living area that can be easily converted in the third bedroom. On the left side, we have the services, so the kitchen and the bathroom with 2 big windows that frame the forest in the surroundings. And then we have 2 staircases in the central park. In one of that, there is like a double-sided fireplace. And through these 2 stairs, we can go to the second floor. Yeah. And then we will have 2 big bedrooms. Next. Okay. The facade represent the division into the 3 modules. The central one that is, as I said before, is so light. It is in contrast with the 2 other, which are intimate and close, and they can make like a very private atmosphere. Next. And the material used for the facade is timber resting on a concrete base. So now over to Federico.
From the exploded view, you can see 3 volumes, 2 either than the central one. The central one is totally open with continuous inside-outside view. Next to the Charrette.
All right, so what you're looking at right now is a more developed model, trying to show more details in it, where you can see how the spaces would function. Like here in the bottom would be the living room, which could be converted to an optional bedroom with the help of foldable walls that are provided over here. And as you might see on the upstairs, this is the master bedroom, and which emulates the same thing over here as well.
So our clients are environmentally conscious, and they would like to use natural resources where possible. So our cabin has a lot of natural light with all the windows. This is a final concept with the rendering that Chirag showed. So what the clients wanted was natural light from the bedrooms, also in the common areas. So as you can see in the diagram, there's a lot of natural light that doesn't get covered. So the rooms in the first floor are open. You have natural light in the kitchen and in the washrooms. To promote natural airflow, these windows are awning windows. As you can see, there's a lot of space where you can have natural air and even have a nice breeze. One of the things that we wanted to depict was that the back porch has these window type doors that open, and they kind of open to the side, both of them. So what we wanted to do for the clients was in the living area, if they're just taking a rest from their work, they can open these windows and just have all this natural air coming in and really connect with their environment. They have a nice forest outside, and they're surrounded by greenery. In this, you can also see that there's 2 different types of gray water systems. There's one that's a little more costly because you would have to dig into the ground and have a gray water surge tank, which would also include the filter and the pump if you wanted to reuse this gray water into like refilling the toilet. Another way to have a gray water system, but is more affordable, is to have the filter through a garden bed, which is mostly mulch. And you can have different types of flowers, and the roots would take on the water from this mulch. Passing it on to Federico.
The model made of cardboards represent a prototype of our cabin. Inside, you can see the furniture and the staircase that represent the connection between ground floor and first floor, and also a space to storage something.
As we said before, the ground spaces are naturally lit by large windows located on all the elevations. And inside there is possible to feel part of the forest that surround the cabin. This central volume is also lit by the ceiling. The system is formed with a grid made of steel and frosted glass that take light from the side windows, and inside the space has an atmosphere with diffuse and uniform natural light.
The next is the business plan that we developed, and we have already discussed the client description, product description, the design strategy. In terms of the space, we have 2 bedrooms, 1 additional sleeping space, kitchen, living room, porch and deck, a bathroom and a septic tank. In terms of our financial projections, we tried, because we had the idea of how much square meter is gonna be utilized, so we were able to get some estimates on the costs of materials, energy systems, water systems, labor, building permits, and other miscellaneous types of costs. So we were able to figure out that, you know, if we install solar panels, and we had to be mindful of the budget that client had. So keeping that in mind, we thought about how many solar panels we'll be using, how about the HVAC heating and cooling systems, how about the high efficiency windows, energy efficient insulations. We also thought of how Joanna mentioned about rainwater harvesting, septic tank and grey water system. How is that going to cost out? So the total cost came out to be from anywhere from $250,000 to $300,000. Again, I mean, this is not an exact price we can't put at this stage, but just to give a overall estimate, we did this. So going to the next, coming to the conclusion, so I would say after a tremendous amount of work and sleepless nights, we are so proud of what we have achieved together as a team. And it couldn't have been possible without these passionate young designers. So, and I would also like to say that design is an ever-evolving process. It never stops. There are always things that you would like to change and improve, and that's the beauty of design process. And I think we were lucky enough to have such amazing clients who provided us critical feedback throughout the process, collaborated with us meaningfully, and motivated us with their energy, which helped us stay on track and be ambitious. So in the end, I would say that we look forward. Go back to the slide. We look forward to evolve the design further and in the future, and we believe that one day we will see our Casa Verde in real life somewhere in Forreston, Ontario. So thank you so much, guys, for listening to our presentation.
Thank you. It's great. So any questions, feedback to our great team designers? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for lovely presentation. I have a question about, actually, I have some concerns about the cost. I mean, maybe it's better to put the maintenance costs for there, because the forest has so much humid and probably it brings more problem. Right. And for the water system, would like to see maybe another option, because the clients are right now using their caravans, that kind of minimal, let's say, life. And this is much more improved in a sense. So the toilet system can be also compostable to a chemical toilet system. Then the waste can be used as the fertilizer. So in a sense, it can also bring another input, positive input to your design. Thank you.
That's a really good idea. Thank you.
Any more questions, feedback from the online participants?
So online we have one of the advisors, Hala Chawi, that also commented that Casa Verde looks amazing, and the amount of natural light your design captures lends itself to growing plants in vertical indoor gardens. It softens the indoor air, brightens the space with greenery. You could perhaps combine your design with that of teams 1 and 3 as an idea as well. So something to think about.
Just a couple of other comments. Overall, I think there's some really interesting ideas, but if you were actually going to bring this to the open market, number one, we don't talk about the land acquisitions. Like, has any of you ever thought of, what would a piece of property cost and some of the challenges that you would have in terms of that exercise and how you would select the actual sites that would be conducive to this type of project? The other thing is also, what are you worth individually? How do you share that with your future clients? Like, this is great. The built out is anywhere from 250 to 300,000, but there's also consulting fees, et cetera, that have to be brought into this, and also the land acquisition. Any thoughts?
That's a really good point, and I think we oversee it. We should have added this into our projections, financial. That's a good idea. Yeah, thanks. But right, I was gonna say.
Thank you. Any more feedbacks? Okay, that was great. Thank you all. And so now we switch to Team 7 while having pictures. Team 7 is ready? Perfect. Yes, so from now on, you will be able to see different types of housing options. That's what we actually try to call within the International Charrette Handbook as housing spectrum, starting from a mid-range budget for families or young couples who would like to purchase, a very small piece of land outside a city. So now we are starting to build up different categories of housing options, and we will have, I think, Team 7 and 8 who will be working directly to making a retrofitting, right? Okay, renovation. That's great. Let's see.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Haley. I'm a design management student at George Brown, and we are a team of made up of architects, graphic designers, product designers, construction managers, and civic management specialists. We have designed a renovation project in a built environment. It's a historical site in a rural area in a village called Wooler, and these renovations will result in a sustainable community center that will ensure the cultural and historical preservation of this historical site for the generations to come. To have a further detail on it, we have distributed some project description to you guys as well, but we'll dive deeper on it further. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what is a school Wooler house? So let me talk about it. So the site given to us is a community center. Like we have a Wooler schoolhouse which was built in a prairie style of architecture. The problem here is it's the only existing community space, and since it's the only community space, it has not been used for 3 to 4 years, and because there was a Wooler town hall closure in 2012. So next slide, please.
Hello. Okay, so I'm going to do a little overview of our brief business plan. So essentially the mission that we have for this site is to create and foster a really resilient, vibrant, and intergenerational community center. The way we're doing this is retrofitting a pre-existing heritage building by making it like a multifunctional community center. And that way we have a variety of different users to preserve local heritage and culture, environmental stewardship, and things like that. A big component of this was sustainability. So the design of the building really does ensure that it adapts to the changing climate risks that are going to be coming about in the future years, so that it ensures that there's a preservation but also a prosperity to the site for generations to come. And then finally, we created a sustainable business model to make sure that the viability of the community center is sustained, since other centers were closed down due to the inability of their business model. And so that includes its programming, its maintenance, its operations, so that all in all, it's like a sustainable model. So this is a brief overview of the description. Our biggest values here are heritage preservation, cultural and community engagement, sustainable and intergenerational living, and accessibility. We're trying to address the needs of a lack of opportunities, a lack of events and engagements, and a variety of different needs from the different demographics. And the target that we're working with are anywhere from 12 to 75. These are like recently retired professionals or people who are coming from different areas to retire here, and also youth who just need places to gather. So this is another brief market analysis. So some things that we were told and also observed is that the youth are really isolated. They don't have a lot of opportunities to grow, to engage, to try new things. There is no local transit whatsoever. The elderly don't have those opportunities to gather, so they are isolated as well. There is a risk for heritage and culture since there are just really no spaces, and there's low civic engagement due to this. As Haley mentioned, there are 0 community spaces, so that's kind of the baseline that we're working with resources. And so the gaps that we're trying to address are the limited youth opportunities, isolation, a lack of renting opportunities. People are very far from any resources, and there's a lack of health resources as well.
So as Yasmin very well mentioned, that the age group, the demographics we are dealing with is a wide range from 12 to 75. We are one of the 2 personas that we have prepared, and we came across one is Owen, who is he's a 74 years old guy who's recently moved to Wooler. He's a former carpenter. After his wife passed away, he needed to have a change of air. So he wants to move towards a place where he can like live by himself, have a different environment, feel useful, and have a pretty active lifestyle. He loves bird watching and it relaxes him. To the other persona, she is Sasha. She is born in Wooler in the same community. She's a student. She's one of best in her classes, and she feels that she's not learning as much as she could. She wants to be more social. She wants to be more involved in community activities and wants to explore the space nearby. And she feels she's a part of this community, and she should have more space to explore. So all the problems mostly Yasmin has explained to you guys. So according to the market analysis and all the research that we did, we understood what are the gaps and opportunity and challenges that we have to build this community center. So we can move directly to the solutions. Few basic solutions, we have few pointers here, but they'll be explained in a visual manner in the further slides. Say for example, we added additional backing for elevator, extra usable space, increase accessibility throughout the building. How did we create the community housing for the retirees? And all of these solutions will be explained in the further slides.
From an architectural point of view, we decided to start from some references. In this case, we see the museum projected by Chipperfield in Berlin. And we can see the opposition, the clearly difference between what is the pre-existent and what is the addition. And this is a very important theme for us because it's what we are going to do with the Wooler Schoolhouse. Here is another reference that we use for the ramp, and we are going to see when we are going to present the project.
So we started by grasping a strong understanding of the functional layout of the building and program requirements by the owner, where we start recognizing certain features of the original schoolhouse, such as the front circulation right here, and also a strong connection between the front of the building and the back of the building, connecting the street with the wetlands behind. The rework of the program brought some questions around how we could facilitate the use and current needs, but also to think about the future to prevent the building to fall again into a lack of usage. That's why we propose partition walls, such as the one that we show here, that could help our program to be more flexible and to adapt to changes in use in the future. We understood the needs of our client for the program on the addition, but we also wanted to propose intermediate spaces that could enhance the experience for the user. That's why in every floor of our addition, we propose these spaces, maybe in sometimes minimal areas, such as a small terrace on the upper floor, the access ramp on the lower level, and an outdoor patio to support wellness activities in the basement. when we start to think about the mass of our addition, we make the decision to maintain key aspects of our schoolhouse, such as the gable roof, trying to mimic but also mirror these aspects. For instance, the vertical circulation in the front, happening the same situation in the back.
So a very important thing for us has been to preserve the heritage and the preexistence, and englobing, yes, the preexistence, but without doing it too much. We can see the elevation, the north and the east one, and we can see how the ramp is trying to embrace, in a way, the preexistence, the building, and we can see this concept clearly in the plan. So here we can see the shape of the ramp that is going on the right side of the building, and that is starting with this shape that is very organic and wants to embrace in the first part the building, and in the second part wants to open to the surroundings that now here we are not having here, but you will see in the next project that is supposed to be green, so with the presence with vegetation. So we see this ramp as an occasion to see, yes, the preexistence, but also to have a look on the surroundings and on the outside. And this is another it's an occasion, yes, to give a new life to what is supposed to be the back of the building. So in this way, with this addition, yes, we are replying to the needs of having more space and circulation that in this case is supposed to be vertical. So with adding the space for functions and vertical circulation, we are also giving a new life to the back facade. Here we see a section, and we can see how is the connection between the preexistence and the addition. So we wanted to connect also the roof to give the reply to the problem of the snow. Thank you. So this has been a problem a little bit because it has been an issue for us, and we solve it like this. And if we go on, we can see here, yes, the circulation that I was talking about. So we have two sides where we can enter, so from the south and from the north. And here for the last plan, we can see the circulation that is supposed to be based on the concept of flexibility, because having sliding doors and the possibility of creating always new spaces, we want to give the possibility to have always the choice. So we can choose what we want to do, and so after this, we can do it by moving the doors and the furniture that we have inside. Here we see the vertical connection that we were speaking about. So we have it one in the front and two in the back. On this side, we have are supposed to be the stairs, and in the other one, the elevator. Can we go on, please? And here we see a small analysis of the addition. So the number one is supposed to be the elevator. Number two is circulation and a terrace. So it's kind of a place to stay. So we are having the occasion also to see from another level the surroundings and the park that is supposed to be on this side. Number three, functional space for each floor, because this is going for 3 floors, and for the ground floor that we call basement, where we have the function of yoga, is supposed to be an open space that goes outside, so the possibility of having yoga lessons also outside. On the main floor, we have a simple terrace, and the upper floor, same.
So for the retrofitting of the wall, we understand that it's a balloon style of construction right now. So on the outside, you have sort of a lath sheathing. Then with the stud wall, we're going to insulate it with rock wool. And then we'll put a smart vapor barrier to be the vapor barrier there. And then the interior was very important to the client, so we're going to refinish the interior. the exact way that it was done before. And then the ceilings, they have very nice tin roof ceilings, so we'll keep those as well.
And these are final renders of how the addition integrates with the pre-existing building and the use of the interior space.
Adding to what he's saying into the interior, so we are not changing, we are not proposed to change anything in the interiors. Like if you have seen the initial pictures where we showed, we had the tin ceilings, we have the pocket doors, we have the wooden interiors. We're not changing anything in the interior, so we're just adding function to be more accessible to people. This is the entire addition that we are proposing, which is on the rear side of the street view, as we showed in the site plan, and it is facing towards the wetlands. We'll explain it to you further in this. So in the site plan, as I said, so this is the community center for which we're talking about. This entire part is the wetland, which Team 8 will talk about after our presentation. And the rear part of it is all about the retirement housing, where there are 11 units coming in, of which one of the units we have proposed the interior design and the zoning and the materials of it. In the further slides, you'll see one of the unit designed by us, like the proposal in which we have tried to design it. Go further.
So in addition to the community center, we also proposed the residential unit, as Haley said. So we really wanted to integrate sustainability measures into this. And the way we did that is through 2 different ways. So we utilized passive housing strategies that reduces the need for central heating and cooling. And then we also included an accessible design so that a variety of people with different mobility needs can use and really enjoy their homes at the same time. So the passive home strategies that I mentioned utilizes a clear story window system. And what that does is that it blocks the sun from entering the home in the summer, but it invites the sun in during the winter. And so the the recycled concrete wall in the back absorbs the solar energy during the day, and it emits the energy back during the night. So you really reduce your operating costs and your utility costs as well. And as well for the accessibility design, we have roll under concrete, the kitchenettes there. We have roll-in showers, and we have very wide doors that are also partitioned, so you can easily move them in and out. So you can kind of see how the sun would come in at an angle in the winter, and then in the summer, it would come in at a different angle. And then you have windows at the bottom to increase ventilation, as well as on the top for the summer.
And now that we have seen the design, and now that we have understood how the key holders work in it, and how is this actually going to run, is what the real question is. So we have prepared one draft of the business model where I won't go through every detail, but looking at our customer segments, which is youth and families, seniors, residents of Wooler and surrounding areas, local businesses and vendors, to whom we are providing accessible community space, wide range of activities, as mentioned in the program before, fostering community connection and engagement. But how do they, what are the cost structure and how are they earning from it? So the cost structure is staff salaries, renovation and construction cost, utilities and maintenance that they have to do for the renovation project, as it's an adaptive use project, marketing and promotions, insurance and property tax, and the revenue streams for this. We are going to talk about the strategies in the further slides. But apart from that, basic is one residential unit rental, which is on the farther side of the site, rental fees for event spaces, recreational facilities, grants and donation from government, and ticket sales for events and programs which are happening in the community center. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we started preparing a stakeholder map for this enterprise, as we know that there are a lot of actors, as we call it, as you see, impacted actors to involved actors in this entire project. Is the darkest area means the most involved stakeholders in the community center, which is Wooler Schoolhouse, to the least, I would not call it least, but the less impacted actors. But here, one of the important points that I would like to make is the elderly. So that is one of the strategies that we'll explain later. The elderly, they are not just the impacted actors in this situation, but they are also involved in the community center. And how it works, we'll explain for the slides.
So with all these amazing improvements, we got really excited about the possibilities of services and programs that we could offer in this amazing space. So you can see a proposed list on the side, but what we're really taking inspiration from is from what the client wanted, which was a large event space for events, maybe music festivals. We thought of conferences for youth, maybe debate competitions or gender conferences. A variety of events, programs, learning opportunities, so language classes, cooking classes, wellness activities in the basement as well. So yoga, physio, chiro, town halls. So since there are no other cultural spaces, there really is like a low civic engagement in this area. And so people don't have any space to actually discuss and really talk about what's important to them. We also have a transit rental program that's being proposed. So because there's a lack of public transit that's available in the area, we thought that we could buy a couple of bikes and scooters, and essentially the youth would be able to rent those things out and use it as transit around the area. And the elderly could either help out as a volunteer opportunity, or they could actually work at this rental space as a mentor to help them like change their bikes, or if they want to like soup it up or anything. We also thought of farmers markets in the winter and in the summer, since we can use the addition that way. And of course, weddings. And how does this become impactful? Well, you finally have a space that people can gather, rejoice, enjoy themselves, and really use and move their bodies. We have increased environmental sustainability. We have community engagement. We really wanted to preserve the culture and the heritage. It's also diversifying very quickly, so we want to make space for all those different cultures. There's lifelong learning. There's mentorship between the elderly and the youth, and that's how it's more intergenerational. And essentially, we have empowerment and social services, so it all kind of loops back.
To explain all of this, we made a system map which explains rather design strategy, or you can call it how do we earn it and how the service happens along with this entire plot, because that is complicated. There's a Wooler schoolhouse, so basically they get, if you see the legend, the dotted line is money, service, and space. They basically get the revenue system from the citizens and the space renting, versus they provide space to the space rentings. And on the other hand, the cleaning crew, the staff that we have in Wooler Schoolhouse, they provide service to them, and the salaries are paid. And at the same time, on the right-hand side, as you can see, the elder inhabitants who are there in the retirement housing that we mentioned before, they are getting the services, versus we get the rental revenue from them, and to provide them service through the medical, if they need some health services, is also provided. So all in all, the main important part to get from this map that we realize is we are also incorporating, or we are looking forward to have the elders get involved in the mentorship student program, or get involved in the community center, so that it becomes a closed loop where the elders are helping the students to in the community centers, so that we have a complete engagement of the elderly and the youth within each other. Go to the next slide, please. Understanding the offering that the Wooler Schoolhouse has to give, the overall high-level mapping is they are providing the housing rent, cleaning service, health service, courses held by the elderly citizens, as I mentioned, overall space renting, and all the services that has been just covered in the previous slide.
So what this all boils down to is a pretty simple financial plan. You're going to be getting majority of your income from the events, since there are so many opportunities there. There's also the mentorship program and the residency from the units, but those are meant to be affordable since there is a lack of housing. So it's a smaller percentage. So the majority are the events and the rentals. So that's going to be the multiple uses from the different spaces, the bikes, and the transit system as well. And then finally, we're going to look at the impact of all of our hard work. So we're using a combination of different metrics and methods. So we're going to see, of course, an increase in attendance, the amount of tickets that we're selling, a variety of users. So not just one category of youth or elderly, but really a variety of people. And our methods, we're going to include surveys, quarterly town halls, ticket collection, since these people really they're thirsty for that engagement, and they really want to discuss what's important to them. So we're really hoping to assess that impact. And that's our beautiful project. Thank you.
Thank you. And what's this for?
with this QR code, you have the access to video rendering that we did, and you can download it and see it if you want, of course.
Thank you. Okay, any questions, feedbacks?
Hi. Well, that was very interesting. And I don't really want to talk about all your operations and your programs because I think that's very well thought out. But what I would like to do is if somebody could go back to the plan just for a minute. One of the things about heritage is that it's usually, you know where the front door is because it's usually in the front of the building. And there's often a front porch and it's very welcoming. And I know that what you were trying to do with the ramp was be really practical because it's impossible to go up all those stairs with the ramp. And it looks like the land went up at the back, so you could put a beautiful, iconic, culturally relevant, inhabitable ramp. But one of the reasons we don't do this is because usually ramps in the olden days used to come into the garbage room, so you could roll the garbage up and down. But with the new accessibility regulations, everybody comes in the same door, which means everybody is prioritized from a human dignity point of view. And in a way, what I would do, not that you asked me, but I would put this addition on the front. Because then you'd be like, hello, this is our old wonderful Wooler Schoolhouse with a new welcome to the community. I know this community quite well. And then your entrance would all be from the very problematic big stairs. You could have a beautiful ramp as you do going into the front. And then you might also need to engage the back because you've got a whole program in the back, which is more housing. And I think that engaging more of the land, like we're so constrained in the city, we don't think about, oh, how dare I go out into the land? But I think for your next evolution of this project, I would flip your entrance, or at least put another entrance in the front, get everybody coming in the same door, and then do like a wonderful relationship between the people who will be living behind and this place. And then it will be perfect, in my opinion.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. The decision for putting the addition in the back was part of our client request. First, because the main entrance contains a set of stairs that cannot be touched since it's part of the heritage. So it was very complicated to add the ramp and add the entrance in the front without touching neither the door, neither the staircase. And the decision of the client to put the addition in the back was to link the building in the community center with the wetlands in the behind the community center, and also with the residents in the back.
Any feedbacks, questions from online? No, I guess. Okay, thank you for participating. Oh, you want to show something else? The video, okay. Okay, they have a video as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have project 8, sorry.
Hello. Just to start, we'll be continuing the work from what Team 7 did. We'll be continuing the same site and going ahead. So did you guys know that sustainability isn't just about individual actions, but also building thriving communities? We'll take you through our project where we are focusing on building nature-based solution for the Woolers Community Park. That's our team. Just to give you a little brief, Haley has already done a good job explaining what the Woolers Woolers Society is. Just to give you a brief, that Woolers School is situated in Canada and is a unique opportunity. We have to develop that heritage site and enhance the site which has a wetland, and enhance it with recreational activities. And we came up with a problem statement, which is how might we plan a community park within a nature-based solution approach to become a useful and enjoyable place for the elderlies in the rural Ontario. Through this project, our objective is to enhance the wetlands, utilize the wetland biomass, and use innovative urban design for the elderly population and apply nature-based solutions. Uh, Other than that, there are considerations and constraints that we need to keep in mind while developing our whole landscape. The opportunities that we came up with, we were categorized into 4 categories, that is the architecture, services, activities, and nature, that you all can all read.
So in order to take our project ahead, we did our ideation and empathy map to understand the people and the community that live in Wooler. So I'm not going to go through everything, but some of the main points that we got to understand is that they're very close to nature, and they have they lack technology, and they have a lot of traditional practices. It's a traditional community, and they indulge in social activities. And when it comes to pain and gain, they have healthcare issues. A lack of transportation is a concern. They have financial insecurity. And when it comes to gain, some of their strong points of living in a community, it's the community bonding, the cultural heritage of this place. It's called Wooler, and their access to nature, life fulfillment, and safer environment. So we also made the user personas from the empathy map. We have 3 personas based on 3 different generations. The first one is Maggie Thompson. She's an older lady, and some of her goals include peaceful living and quality family time. And her frustrations would be feelings of isolation, limited access to healthcare, and challenges with technology. There is a middle-aged persona. His name is James Wilson, and he is 45 years old. He's a farmer, and his goals would be to have work-life balance, to have a good health and well-being in his life, adventure and exploration. His frustration would be economic uncertainty and environmental concerns and limited access to resources. And we have a 17-year-old persona. Her name is Emily Thompson. And her goals, she wants to attend university, and her biggest frustration would be the social isolation from the peers, because this community, they lack transportation. They have transportation challenges.
So for our user journey map, we wanted to focus more on Maggie because she is our main user persona. This is the person that will spend most of the time on this community park because she's one of the residents that the Team 7 made sure to include. So for Maggie, we can see here on her wave how everything changes. We merged the before and after, before Wooler and after Wooler. So before, she probably had a very sedentary life where she probably just watched people walk by on her porch and even thought about that bird on her porch picking on her azaleas as being annoying. But when she's in Wooler now, she now really enjoys the bird watching because she is not in the hustle and bustle of the Toronto downtown scenario. And for this wave, the after wave will be our impact, and we can see how her mood will substantially increase moving forward. Here we have the stakeholders, and as Team 7 said, we have first the Wooler Park Life Heritage Hub, Then we have our core users that will be the personas that Betsy made sure to include. And our direct stakeholders will be our employees, that will be the volunteers and staff, the private owner, scouting organizations, and musicians, theater performances, instructors, local artisans, and farmers. And more kind of out of scope, we were considering of indirect stakeholders that will be the Ontario municipality, local media, and local businesses. And for the storyboards, we want you to empathize with this community and to really visualize what this would look like in the future. So here we have different scenarios of, for example, Maggie and her friends eating breakfast, attending this yoga class, having a very wellness type of lifestyle, where she can work and have new hobbies like working on the community garden as a volunteer, attending the Plaza Farmers Market, which we will later on discuss, having teas. Next slide, thank you. The same for a male persona. Next one. And for families, it's the same. The experience should be whole and holistic for everyone at Wooler. And here we will have Inji talk about our concept and visuals.
When it comes to the design concept, this one is our mood board. We got inspired by Japanese architect Sejima Kazuyo. She is known for her design using curves and waves. These are the examples that she did. We would like to import the features into our project because it conveys the keyword here. Keyword that we considered for our project. Next, please. And this one is the ideation sketches that we developed, we came up with, and then we developed some of the ideas and then put them as a part of our design. Yeah, and then this one is also the ideation process sketches showing how we developed our ideas. And then next, Mark will explain.
So the proposed design would result in a beautiful biomass green space that would be fully capable of housing various new animals and green life that would not just enhance the general aesthetic of this new community area that these people would use, but also significantly help the wetland, which is just so detrimental in protecting the neighboring schoolhouse and residence areas from flooding, for example, which we've noted as a very particular issue in Canada, and rainwater is growing in Wooler. The information we used in order to create these ideas regarding the specific animals and trees and lumber that we would use is taken from a majority of BSI and primary sources. We were able to learn about a lot regarding what we could do with the area. The construction regarding a lot of the boardwalks is taken directly from the pine that we used. Pine is known to have ticks, and of course we don't want that. So a lot of the area was repurposed, and the costs and the degradation to the natural area was kept at a long time low. Like I said, primary sources were actually used. It was great able to talk with some of the people at Wooler. I was lucky enough to be able to get into contact with some of them. But I was told that many birds, such as cardinals, chickadees, and our famous blue jays are very common, but we were actually asked for other birds to maybe come around that don't come as often, like herons and hummingbirds. Large mammals as well as white deer, and maybe a little harmless foxes and others, whereas insects, amphibians will as well as help in the biodiversity within the area. Some of the water flora and the trees that we proposed would not only be suitable because of their nativity to southern Ontario, which means we wouldn't have to worry about them being affected in the winter or in the summer, but also we were also chosen for their rapid growing speed, as well as their, of course, general aesthetic and their ability to naturally enhance whatever biodiversity that they are in. So aesthetic, but also efficient.
Now I would like to talk about the materials. Our key idea was still to have sustainable materials. So that's why we are using birch and pine for almost the entire structure that we decided to do in the park. And since, as my group mates mentioned before, there's a problem with the transportation, we are using the same wood that we are cutting, because in our site we need to cut a lot of trees to build the houses and also to create our plan that you're going to see later on. And for the foundation, we decided to use the eco-friendly concrete. For the innovation, for sure we're going to use the solar panels, is Tesla solar panels. They're really thin, and they're going to cover the entire roof that you're going to see later on in a second. The same when it comes to the solar lamps. There's a limited, there's a village, obviously, so they have problems with electricity. So to help it, we decided to use solar panels. And on the top, we are not sure if we can actually use it, because we didn't know if the budget is our concern. So this would be nice if we have not unlimited budget. So we can use the rain gardens next to the street, and also the stormwater for the management system for the parking area. And this water we could actually reuse again for our gardening places that we have. So here is our early prototype. And as you can see, we wanted to make a bridge, and each of the place in the bridges will have some activity. And in the inside, we have a plaza.
So this is our site located in the Huller area. And as we can see, there's a big space of wetland that we can transform in a sort of lake. Our idea was to connect the path with the school and the 11 houses located in the north side of the Lodo. And to offer community activities also. We connected to the 11 houses and the school. To give dynamic to the project, we decided to create different levels of the path, so we can see the pillars and the different levels of the terrain. And finally, we have a little zoom to see better how the path works with the system of the rain grade connected with the rainwater collector.
And now we can move to visualization of our project. So as I mentioned before, we're going to cut a lot of trees. So also one of our idea was to create our bench. As you can see, it's in the middle.
So speaking about repurposing for the whole project, we're also thinking about repurposing for the furniture that's gonna be in the community park and the whole urban design. So we came up with a very organic shape. If you want to go to the next slide. Oh no, I'm sorry. Come back. With organic shape that goes along with this very intricate design of the plaza. It's curved so that it's easily to make changes with the shape. So for example, if you have this planter, I'm sorry, can you hold the, or I can talk like this. You can hear me all right? Okay, so if you have this planter here, which is made out of aerated concrete, that is kind of ecological concrete, you can mix it like this and also make like an S. But you can also play with it and go along with a more engaging type of design that's kind of like a semicircle, or even play with a planter and put it like on the back. I don't know. The sky is the limit, is the end, and that's what we were trying to say. So, yeah, sorry. Part of this repurposed wood would be from the paper birch trees that are there, so that every single landscape that we damage can have another life. It's kind of like karma for this community park.
Also speaking about the benches, we didn't want it to have fixed furniture because our community area can be for different purposes. So as you can see, we also have the hole in the middle because we were thinking that for the Christmas, it would be really nice to have a Christmas tree in the middle. So then we can have Christmas markets or any sort of events. So you can plan it as you want and you can rent it for everything. So even as Group 7 mentioning the weddings, you can still decide how you want it. And here is the different angle, and you can see the gardening places. That is just the concept. yeah, we can move to the next one. Here's the common big place. And yeah, as you can see, is the solar panels. So also, yeah, I forgot to mention on the roof, we have the big solar panel that is also using, it's also giving the energy, the lightning during night. And here is the master plan just visualized so you can see the depth.
Okay, so seeing the whole plan, I'll just take you to the business model that we've thought that how will we generate revenue for the whole place. The main value proposition that we are looking for is to give opportunity to the elderlies to explore the nature and the Wooler's history, because now the school has turned into a heritage building. And also we are creating an open plaza for recreational activities, and the customer segments that we are targeting is the local residents, that will be the elderlies, and the tourist and the special interest group that we spoke about, that will come for campings and other activities that we are planning. The key partners that we are looking at is the local artisans, the musicians and the scouting organizations that we can partner with and get the money. And the key activities for the local residents that we are looking is the weekly market, the yoga and the Tai Chi classes. And for the tourists, there is bird watching, scouting activities, then the open space opportunities where they can hold the events and the weddings. And we can also hold a musical or the theater performances. The cost structure will accumulate of the restoration and the maintenance, staffing and marketing opportunities and operational costs. And the revenue streams, how will we get the money, is basically from the donations that we are expecting and the sponsorships and the stall rental fees when we rent it for the events and for weddings or any other events that we can have, which will happen over there, and the ticket sales for classes and tours and performances. So that is the whole business model canvas. The service blueprint is basically is something that it's a user journey that I would not go more into detail. I would like to go ahead. The executive summary is basically the whole business model canvas that I just explained, and the financial plan, which Betsy will explain in the coming slide.
So the financial plan is based on rough estimates. We are expecting donations and sponsorships, and also this is a beautiful space, and we are planning to rent the space for like weddings or other events. And we also want to support the community by having local vendors over, for example, the farmers market. And also we want to occasionally hold classes like yoga classes, and there's going to be ticket sales if there are music performances or theater performances. And the community members can always have a membership, and it can have different pricing. So based on the pricing given there, it's all estimates, and we came up to 350K CAD. And cost streams would include salaries. We are planning to have volunteers and part-time workers, and maintenance costs, marketing. Other costs include utilities, insurance, and other operational expenses. And we'll have a profit of 234K. And it is important to continuously monitor and adjust the plan based on actual performance and market conditions.
We would just like to take you all through a video animation that we've done for the whole site. that is the whole site, the whole landscape that we've designed, and this is something that also we
If
want.
you're looking for a place to relax surrounded by nature and history, make sure to check out Ruler Community Park just 2 hours from Toronto. They have activities like yoga, interactive games, musical events where you can dance, picnic benches, and reading areas. It's perfect for a relaxing camping or road trip getaway, and the best part of it is that it's made of sustainable materials. Plan in advance so you can do it all at Ruler Community Park.
Okay, yeah, so that was, thank you. That was kind of like moving forward, how that marketing strategy would look like, kind of putting you into ambience just to lighten the mood, see how this community park might increase the engagement in this beautiful community. And I think the most important part to remark is that we want to really respect the historical the history that this place has. So thank you so much for your attention, and please let's give a very warm applause to this amazing team. It was amazing.
Thank you all. So, any questions, feedbacks to our great team from the audience?
No, it's just a detail, because I see always that not only you, but also the other groups are using the photovoltaic panels always as a dark black thing and so on. If you want really to do Sejima, you have to do something like this. You can do reflecting things and so on. But really, remember that this thing could be super transparent if you want, and also that you can always, is another material that you can change the density of the opaque thing, or just the gray that you want to have. So really, it could be not like this, but something that can go to the sky.
Thank you very much for nice presentation, and you promote really good. The question is, have you really deep research about the context, and have you really thought about the history of the existing building?
The research that we've received from the client, we've actually spoken to the client and gathered all the information, and after that we've proposed the design.
I mean, in a sense, your idea, your start point is really interesting. But if I were you, instead of going Japan, we have here Sugar Beach. I mean, it's a awarded design, landscape design, and they use how to connect to the Lake Ontario, the views of the Toronto Island as well. Do you think covering all the whole ponds or the water element is a positive impact or input to this idea? I mean, of course, you thought. And to me, it's competing too much with the existing building, right? And I couldn't figure out how the, let's say, solar panel covers work. I mean, there must be kind of elastic solar panel which MIT developed, right? So did you also dive into this material as well?
So for the solar panel, yes, we've dived into it and we've researched about it. It's I think the Tesla solar panel that that comes in a very thin sheet and can be cut into any shape. And for your next question, that we've covered most of the wetland, but according to the wetland that we've given and the area, we needed to generate revenue, and the client was very interested in getting something in the center and getting a community park, which we've tried to do it, and we tried to keep the nature as it is, how much ever we could. So yeah, but it's something that he liked, so yeah, we had to go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's just my final question that came to my mind. What about the climate change issues? Like, what if there is an extreme drought? Wetland is gonna be gone at all. Still, We have lots of, water bodies around the country as well as globally speaking. They're just gone. So just a quick question about that, and you have to maybe think about that as well. Your total value would be, Thanks. Thank you. Okay, so let's have the picture for them. And while they're having their pictures taken, now we're going to switch to a different group of students where they will be introducing somehow different scales of housing options that will be available in Toronto downtown. So from the smallest scale up to the mid-rise scale, we'll listen to their innovative ideas and how they're gonna solve this housing problem. Okay, so let's listen to team 9.
Hello. Hi, everybody. We're Team 9, and we were looking at the Attainable Housing Model Scale 1, which was for laneway housing. So to start you off with some background about this.
Housing insecurity is an umbrella term that is used to describe a variety of intersections that can cause an individual to potentially face homelessness or other forms of precarious housing, including being underhoused or paying for room and board. A key issue in insecurity is affordability in the housing market, and to be able to address the affordability problem, we need to increase our supply short and long term.
All right, so another issue that Toronto faces is a lack of community support, some isolation, and it's been called a loneliness epidemic in Toronto. So it's one thing to build more housing. We also want to look at how our designs will affect the people that live there. So in our research, we found that young adults are largely affected by this. They're reporting the lowest levels of social connection compared to the other groups. 1 in 5 respondents from this age group in a survey by the Toronto Foundation reported not knowing a single person who lives near them. And as well, another report highlighted that 41% of Canadians aged 50 and over are at risk of social isolation, which is detrimental to our health. So with that in mind, along with what we know about the climate crisis that we're facing, we asked how might we create a design solution that approaches Toronto's housing crisis in a holistic sense, creating more access to affordable housing while also prioritizing the quality of life of the community and the long-term sustainability of the project. So this is our brief project summary. We'll go over that in the next few slides, but it's here for your reference. And getting into the concept. So for our project, we were tasked with working with laneway housing. If you haven't been to a laneway in Toronto, it's essentially a small street in between 2 backyards in a residential area. So in this report by the Laneway Project, it states that laneways are drastically underutilized public space that have the potential to be transformed into thriving parts of the public realm and places that could directly serve the needs of the communities in which they are located. So there are around 47,000 units that meet the zoning requirements in order to put in laneway housing in Toronto. But what is laneway housing? It's essentially a small residential unit built in the backyard of these properties that back onto a laneway. So the units face outwards and the laneway essentially becomes like a small front street. By building laneway housing, we're building more affordable housing, and we are transforming this underutilized space into an active part of the neighborhood, and that's where our organization Lane Stay comes in.
So I'll just take you through our vision, mission, and goals. So for the vision, we are looking forward for a Toronto where everyone has access to like dignified and connected and also affordable housing. Going forward with the mission, it's to design and build and advocate innovative and adaptive micro-living laneway housing, which are accessible, sustainable, and foster a strong sense of community. And looking forward to the goals, we look forward to develop and implement high quality of living, which is affordable and sustainable, and promote affordability, foster a very strong community, embrace sustainability again, and then advocate and educate for policy changes and whatever the common man needs. And replication and scalability, develop modules which could be iterated and repeated over different laneways over the entire city of Toronto. And next is a photo montage of how we picturized one of our laneways would look like, which with actively participating kids and them having fun, a place which looks lively and people are not lonely and don't feel isolated.
Okay, so I guess like that's where we started to build our concept, because we didn't want like attainable housing as much as it talks about having an affordable place to live. It also, we wanted to connect to the idea of building a community where everybody could have a sense of belonging and the idea of home. So what Lanestay, a nonprofit organization, would do is it leases properties from homeowners for the next 20 years. That's what we're proposing for right now. The homeowners receive monthly payments. So the reason that they would want to kind of onboard with us is that these are mid-sized income households who don't want to put like $200,000, $300,000 directly into an investment to build a laneway home in their backyard. Lanestay builds the home for them, develops the laneway community and maintains it. So the people who are wanting to live in the laneway houses to get affordable housing could have an option of either renting or buying from them. The three target customers that we're looking at are young adults, small families, and downsizing seniors. This organization, apart from the whole side where it does rental and buying thing and building affordable housing, also represents the neighborhood and attends to the needs of the whole community that are there. So they would have like essentially every laneway we intend to have like an identity of their own. So like a single laneway could be the floral laneway that has like murals of like good flowers on the roads, or like flower beds, kitchen gardens, laneway lighting, snow clearing. So the idea is to make these laneways, which are kind of perceived to be unsafe right now, become like the hustle bustle of the community. So the way that we thought that our business could work was like our value propositions essentially revolve around affordable housing, which is accessible, made with sustainable materials, and we focus on community development heavily. We look at temporary residents also could be a good part of our customer segments, because these are the people who are looking for like short-term rentals. We would obviously want to partner up with the Laneway project or like different solar panel companies that could be a non-profit, like their non-profit venture to try and integrate in the whole building aspect. Then the cost structure would obviously have the designing and building of the laneway houses, the rent that we have to give to the homeowners for every month, the community maintenance, and the creation of the identity of these laneways, which is very important. And we intend to have our revenue streams that's brought in through the people who buy the houses, who rent it for short-term rentals, and the funds that we've secured for the same. So these are the two personas that we kind of revolved around while we were building this. So they're both people who are looking for association, who want to live in downtown because of either medical, to want to be close to medical care, or want to be next to their creative community, but they can't afford heavy price rentals that are there right now and want an affordable housing solution.
All right, so since we're working with a large range of people, we created this template system. So essentially, the homeowners would select the sizing and the layout of the unit that would go in their property based on what makes sense for them and their property, as well as the situation. So whether the space in between the house and the residential unit is more open and shared, or if they want to be more sectioned off and private. The potential residents would also select based on their needs and preferences and be matched up accordingly. Within these templates, we would have multiple barrier-free options. And since everyone's needs are different, we're taking this approach of options as accessibility. So Lanestay approaches each laneway as its own little ecosystem. By developing the whole lane, we're developing the whole lane. We are working to cultivate stronger, more connected communities with a strong sense of identity and belonging. We're also going to work with community representatives to activate the laneways as public space. So for example, putting in the murals, the community programming, the laneway lighting, community gardens, and more. And by employing locals, we're encouraging a sense of ownership and responsibility to the space within this neighborhood.
Okay, so now let's go through the design of the project. So first of all, we had some rules to respect to create this project in Toronto. So this is called like the zoning by law. So these are like the main distances that we need to take care of. So the first one is that the project needs to be from 1 meter from the laneway, because like if we have openings on the house, so it's very important to not be just straight on the street. And then also we have to respect that the house needs to be between 10 and 8 meters for the depth. And also the height depends also on the distance between the two houses. So if we have between 5 to 7.5 meters, we cannot go more than 4 meters for the height of the house. And if we have more than 7.5, we can go until 6 meters. So concerning the situation, as the project is located on a private site, it's very important to know what the owner wants for the project. So we have made 2 different types of situations. So the first one is the shared situation. So in this case, like the owner maybe wants to create like a shared community with the new living people. And we can imagine that there's going to be like a shared garden between them. And we can imagine that the entrance can be from the main street, but also from the laneway. Concerning the second situation, so it's more like a private one. So the project is going to make like a boundary between the existing house and the new house. So we can manage it by having this boundary with the building, or by, I don't know, putting some vegetations or other physical things. So we also had to respect the program. So we needed 1 or 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, an open space for the kitchen and the living area, a porch, and also a basement that we didn't take into account because we wanted to be more affordable. This is like a site where we wanted to implement the project to show you how it's gonna work. So it's on Mining Avenue. So here is a section on all the sites. Here it's a rendering of our project.
That was just to give an idea of how tight these laneways are and how close to proximity these houses become. That's where the idea of the community becomes so important, because you're technically like almost next door to your neighbors.
Yes, so concerning the plan, we have decided to show one case of a more private situation. So here you have the overview of the site with the context with the existing building. So concerning the 1 bedroom plan, so you have the porch as an entrance, then you go into the living area with the open kitchen. We have so the bedroom, the bathroom, and here it's a place for the utility area. And here we have the case of a double bedroom with also the opening living area. And we also have made one plane for the disabled person. And so the concept of the project is to have a passive house. So the first thing very important in this kind of project is that the house is powered by photovoltaic and solar panels. And also we have made details in the windows. So like when you see here, during the summer, the light will not go in, and we also have like a natural, sorry. Yes, we have, yes, so in summer, like the warm air has to evacuate the house through the ventilation near to the windows. And during the winter, it's the opposite, so it's gonna be keeping the warm.
A little bit about the materials. We chose these materials with sustainability and affordability and durability in mind. The structure is going to be built using structural insulated panels. which consists of structural and insulative components, take less time and money to build, typically quieter, stronger, and more airtight than old building technologies. And it also helps with the reduction of CO2 emissions and makes it easier to build in harder to access areas. For the roof and the siding, we have some options, which some are more affordable, like wood composite siding. It's a recycled product made up of wood fibers and inorganic materials like plastic. It doesn't contribute to deforestation. It's long lasting. Or there's ACM panels, which promote recyclability, reduces energy expenses. It's easy to install and it's durable. Or there's an option to choose like a stucco building, which reduces transportation emissions, supports local economies, reduces need for demolition, and minimizes waste.
Yeah, that's just a few renders to show how that would be. So the model could be duplicated. Everybody gets to choose the kind of template they want. So we imagine this to be sort of a menu for people who want to live here. They can choose from the plan that fits their needs the best and the situation with the homeowner that fits their needs the best as well. So, and then we try to do a 3D printed model of how it would look with like the sunlight coming in. So yeah, that's us. And that's Lane's Day.
Thank you. Any questions? Feedbacks? Yes.
So I know you've obviously followed bylaws and certain things like that. Have you considered how emergency services might access this? So in case of fire, fire hydrants are not in laneways and they might need access from the main roads through the backyards of residences. Have you considered that at all, about how you might design a whole block at once to make sure that they still have access in case of...
Yeah, of course. We thought that it could, like right now also the dimension's so slow that it can't like come in directly, so that needs to happen through the main street. But obviously like with that would happen from the main homeowner's plot, because when it's an emergency situation, you don't think about whose space it is, right? You still have to go through with your hoses or whatever that is required. Yeah. Yeah, so the private ones are also blocked off with like just vegetation, like vertical gardens or something. So it's not like a concrete wall that can't be broken down. It's just like fencing or something. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for that question.
Any feedbacks?
It's just a question. It's just only something that came in mind looking at this, because really it's a good project. I like it a lot. But on the other side, it's just also knowing the situation here, something like this was done also in Germany and so on. And really, the big problem at the end is just that you start with the best intentions and you create really gentrification. Because, I mean, look at your houses are so cute that really I want to have that. They are super kawaii. I don't know, it's just something like this. So it's just that the idea is super good, but look at what are you really doing. Because at the end, it's something that really is catching maybe not the people that you want. It doesn't matter if there is all the program around. Maybe we got the solution, Susan.
I think it's inevitable that there will be a kind of gentrification, but from all my understanding about the housing issues from the Housing Week and all the discussions that went on, is that supply brings down the competition. So even if these are somewhat gentrified, it does bring down the supply, which means that the cost of rent will drop, so that you're not competing with like zero vacancy. So I think that, you know, it's hard to imagine these costing anything less than $500,000 to $750, which is what they're presently going for. Like maybe you have some magic. It'd be really interesting to give yourself that challenge.
Yeah, I think I wish we had more time to work on this. We could have really gotten down to the unit economics of it. But yeah, that's exactly what we also thought. So.
Actually, there should be a special real estate development model for these kind of projects. So these are the different ones when you compare with other projects that is on the market. So, and you actually mentioned at the beginning, this will be for a non-governmental organization, for a global scale. So, so that's something different that comes with a community program.
Right.
Like a social, serious social program should align with this project.
Yeah.
Okay, and we have Kevin's, maybe I can read it. So he says, very interesting work. I think the architectural part could be more radical in rethinking the typology, form of the building. But in general, I think this could be an interesting starting point for research. And he says, maybe it could be helpful to make a research of best practices and projects from the past that could be useful to understand and inform potential design strategy. So maybe something that can be designed from a different perspective, to be modular, to be applied everywhere around the world.
Yeah, that's exactly what the idea of the templates, like everybody gets to choose, and like the templates could be infinite and cater to everybody's needs as they want.
Of course, in 4 days, that's perfect.
Yeah.
As a starting point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
we have another question.
Actually, that's the question that relates to all of the teams 6, 7, 8, and 9. It's the aspect of innovation. How do you guys consider innovation? Because what each team presented, we've seen multiple times.
Yeah.
So how do you look at recreation of something new rather than keep repeating what already exists?
So I guess like,
so are you
thank
challenge
you for,
yourself for innovation, or
we
you just look at the benchmark what exists and you copy?
I guess when it comes to I guess when it comes to like the affordable housing crisis, you also need to like innovation's probably the way to go, but then we also wanted to develop a model that kind of exists so that it's affordable to replicate and maintain. But we would obviously would have. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. We would love to do that. Again, like we were just like short on time. That's why we couldn't experiment with more, but we would love to innovate with the materials that we have or do more to get something that acts as a long-term better solution.
So technologically and
Yeah,
socially
of
innovative. So design of social innovation.
Of
Great.
course, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, let's jump on to the other group, maybe. Thank you. So now we're at the townhouse scale. Am I correct?
Can you hear me now? Oh, I can hear myself too. Perfect. Okay, so let's do a quick this or that. So basically, it's like, what's your favorite dessert? A cake or an ice cream? Something like that. So you yell cake or you yell ice cream. Okay, so let's start. Tea or coffee? Oh, okay. If this would be very different when you were in India. Yeah, we can also participate. Yeah, this would be very different if I was in India. That would be more tea. Okay, the next one is beach or mountains? Oh, that's a mix. Oh, both. Okay, so the last one, I think I know the answer to this one. Pizza or a boring salad? I said boring, not fun one. All right, okay. I hope everyone's up now. Yep, okay. So our project is, we are group 10, attainable housing model scale 2, townhouse. So the structure of the entire presentation is, I'll give you the project description, the storyboard, and the proposed site. Then Dominic will take through the master plan, the units, the design of both. And Natalie will take you through the business model. So for project description, as we all know, Toronto, the rents are really, really high. The current average rent of a per household is 2,196, which is like a 20% increase from pre-COVID levels from Jan 2020. This makes the renting only possible for individuals with an average household income of 84,000 and plus. Okay, so for our vision for this is to make Toronto for all by intergenerational co-housing. So how will we do that? We'll make our townhouses more affordable, accessible, inclusive. And when we're focusing on intergenerational co-housing bit, We'll repurpose the underutilized spaces in downtown Toronto, which will cater to varied requirements of students. So that's our target. That's our target audience, like the students, the seniors, and low-income individuals and low-income families. So the concept, the inspiration was from, I think someone already mentioned about the Baugruppen. Sorry for my German, my fellows, because I'm not German, so yeah. In English, it means building groups. So it's like a collaboration of people coming together, planning, financing, and building houses for all. That's where the inspiration came for our co-housing model. So what we stand for Toronto for All, today and tomorrow. Basically, it's focused on building units which are modular, which are affordable, which are built for students, which are built for low-income families and low-income individuals, and even, especially even for elderlies, so that we can have a mix of model. So the storyboard, how would the system work? So some of the points can be like mutual assistance program, where if an elderly who needs assistance with running errands, the students can help make some income while they're studying. Maybe run some chores. If there's a new family with a baby, and if they want to do a babysitting, students can earn again. So there are income mutual assistance programs. There will be car share, so people can use car share. That program is more sustainable to the future, and someone drop coffee or water or something. But moving on to sustainable practices, transforming pain to gain, where through sustainability workshops, so there will be amenities and spaces to collaborate to make these spaces more fun, more community space collaboration, where the elderly, like if you see on the picture on the top right, fantastically generated by AI, shared learning initiatives, bridge generations, creating a vibrant atmosphere. It would also build community connections. So for example, if we all live in apartments where no neighbors talk to each other, right? To bringing back what we were in a community, to bringing sense of community within our co-housing system. So the proposed site, so the site in our project brief is this one between Parliament and Power Street. That's the proposed site. If you see, there are thumbnail visuals of the actual site. It's a gas station. The landscape considerations was because it's currently a gas station, so the soil might be contaminated. It's a flood-prone area, so we made sure that when we build our townhouses or model townhouses, they make sure that they consider that challenge, shadow. So there are buildings around that particular site. So make sure that we consider that as well when we are designing. We make sure that we consider that part as well. There's a transportation and public parking. So this is the green one is the interested area. This is the parking spot, and this is like the existing builds around the site. Okay, now over to Dominic to explain Toronto for All.
So on the site plan, you can see the location of all the units, as well as the proposed location for the amenities we want to make available for our residents, as for example, the bicycle sharing to promote the sustainable ways of traveling around the city, as well as we resigned from putting the parking lot on our plot. Then we provided access to the shared vehicles, shared cars for the residents in case of emergency. And we also resigned from putting the parking lot, as we have quite nearby the big public lot, as well as the access to many bus stations. In here we have some diagrams showing all of the units, including the utilization of them. So the purple ones here are the ones proposed for the students. In those we would accommodate 3 bedrooms for students, and shared kitchens and washer rooms to minimize the price of those units. Then we have the pink ones, and the green ones are the family units that would host the bigger ones. The 3-story apartments would host the 3 bedrooms, and the smaller ones would have the 2-bedroom units. And on the ground floor area, we plan to accommodate the elder residents, so that it's easy for them to access to their units. Also on the ground floor, we would like to propose the commercial area in which we would incorporate some cafeteria, as well as the common areas that could be rentable by the residents. And in here we have some visualization of the project. In front of the units, we would like to provide some green area, as well as on top of the roofs, we wanted to put the green roofs that can help reduce the heating up of the roof spaces, which can reduce the costs of the costs in the winter and the summer. As well as on the bigger scale, it could mitigate the problem of flooding due to the slowdown of the run of water to the streets. Here we have some other perspectives. And then on the behind the residential units, we would like to provide some common space, common green space for our residents, in which they could all meet and gather and spend some time. And that's where they could break the barriers between the different ages and occupancies. And in here we have the showcase of the car rental unit as well as the bicycle rent. And also we would like to provide on the terraces, we have, as you can see, we have over the balconies in all units, we have the glazing, which could help us incorporate the growth of the vegetations by the residents so that they can grow their own food. Then in here we have our materials that we used. So for the main structure, we decided to use the mass timber. Then for the foundation, we needed to use the concrete. And also for the insulation, we decided to go with the timber fiber insulation, as it provides good insulating properties, and it has less carbon footprint than the other solutions. And for the cladding, we decided to go with the wood cladding, and for glazing, to use the triple glazing to reduce the energy consumption. And here we have some example of the units, and all of those based on the timber frame. The bearing parts are on the sides, so all of the interior walls are timber frames, hence to which they can be modified across the years. That's why, according to the needs, you could remove or add more rooms to it easily.
We are in the last stage of the presentation. That's the business model, and I'll be very quick. So starting off with, we had this beautiful design. We thought a lot, but we had a backing to this. The framework was actually the triple bottom line that talks about how we are prioritizing people and the planet. For our case, before the profit, we think about the people and the planet, and also by the profit, we mean like thinking of future sustainable financials, like not at the moment. The first people part of the framework was the intergenerational living, making sure that all the community is involved. Next is one case of like how we are helping the planet is motivating our community to actually participate in car and bike sharing. And lastly is the, I would say, smart financials, according to us, which is the government subsidies and the NGO partnerships. Moving on to the business model canvas, we have the customer segments. We have like various people who would be living at our place. And according to that, we came up with the value proposition. So for imagine like students, it could be more affordable. For elderly, it could be more accessible and inclusive. I would say for young professionals, it could cater to long-term leases. And these are the three factors that I'll be focusing on. Firstly, the low maintenance fee. That's what we are aiming at from this model, which is allowing exchange of services. So the elderly can participate in, I would say, farming. They can provide, and they'll get a sense of purpose while doing so, and they can provide whatever the produce is to the younger generation who's living there, and the young people could help them in exchange to the I would say, resources they are offering. Long-term leases is in consideration of young and professionals and young families. And about this part, it's like to continue the fact of intergenerational, we need to match I would say, the people or the tenants who are living there very carefully, and making sure that the contracts are up to the mark, keeping everybody in mind. The customer relationship would be the serviceable part of it, the contractual part of it, and obviously the collaboration of it all. And this would be done through in-person offices. That's for other elderly people. I mean, they all can come in, digital platforms and government portals. Lastly, the revenue streams that the project is planning to gain income from is leasing the townhouse itself, partnerships, onboarding and offboarding fees. That's basically getting in the people to rent the place and making sure there's a post-service of them leaving the place as well to have a good, I would say, experience at our place. Next is car sharing rentals and bike share, amenities like commercial space that Dominique talked about, the cafeteria retail leasing. This is spaces of like 60 square meters, which could be provided out for rentals. And lastly is the community garden, and where you can host events as well. Moving on. Okay, sorry. We have key activities as we would be focusing on the townhouse development, community programs, maintenance, onboarding and offboarding, consultation, and inspections being the most important. Sorry, I have a habit of using both my hands when I'm explaining. Key resources would be obviously the architects, the raw materials, the developers, and this is a part that our advisors thought on, and which was a great thing, that is the ESG investment systems. The key partners would be like obviously having NGOs and government partnerships, but we would be also collaborating with NGO housing providers to find people who can actually live at our place. And then university partners, imagine like how George Bond could be one of the place where we are finding students to be in these housing areas. And the construction would be obviously development costs, salaries, and IPR, maintenance costs and legal fees. Some of them are at the moment prices, that's like the startup cost, and then there is operational cost added to it. Lastly, financial model. I'll be very honest with you, this has been a very difficult one, because finding out the average of everything and then multiplying with like all the interest rates, which we weren't sure about, and then also finding people who are actually loan us, how much they're gonna loan us. So this is a very overall estimate, but while doing so, we realized that the expenses need to be take care of, because it needs to be affordable at the end. And we would need like financial experts to put in more thought how the income streams would work more efficiently. But yeah, we have got millions and stuff, but I really hope that you don't think deep on this. That's all, thank you. Oh, sorry, Rohit would be coming in.
Just as a closing statement, I'd like to thank the entire team first, the team of architects and architectural technologists who's been bearing with the student lead who doesn't understand architecture, my team of fantastic graphic designers, and special mention to Harsh for doing an overnight rendition of whatever you saw, and our advisors from Ciccone Simone, and our advisor from City of Toronto, and our fantastic senior team lead, that's Veronica Madonna. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Questions?
So now you know the numbers.
Don't ask me questions.
And you
on
understand
that.
why it's so expensive to live in cities.
Sorry, what's that?
It's very expensive to live in cities. Yeah. Anyways, okay. So questions, feedbacks from the audience, from our online participants, maybe. Yes, please.
We came the first day and you were so far. You just started. And what we're seeing today, I would like to say bravo.
Thank you.
Honestly, you've done a great job at, in 3 days, just showing something that has lots of potential. Even the variety that you have in the modulars, you could feel that it's something that has great opportunities. So yeah, great job, everybody. You've done
Thank you so much.
A good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying. And till the end of the day, really appreciate it. I know it's been a long day and a very long week for us, but hold on with us for next 20 minutes, and then we can grab a sip of relief and beer later. So we brand ourselves as Photo, which means we stand for today, tomorrow, and for Toronto. I will introduce to the amazing team we had behind the project, myself, Twinkle, Alexandra, Vincent, JJ, Atticus, Jim, Agnes, Komal, Nee, Ishan, Sarah, and David. And we would like to especially thank our senior team lead, Suzanne, for being a pillar of support all this way. So today I would like to cover the mission vision, market analysis, site analysis, concept, zoning, design, and sustainable systems for the project. Our challenge here was to effectively balance the goals of accommodating population growth through mid-rise redevelopment along the avenues while ensuring the preservation of existing neighborhood character and stability. Our vision here is to create a world where the built environment strengthens the community and gives back to the nature and the planet. The mission is to pioneer the affordable, sustainable living through innovative design, build an inclusive and healthy future for everyone. These are the principles and the key features we've tried to incorporate in our structure. Just a quick reflection of Toronto for all those who are not from here. Why do people move to Toronto? Diversity, quality of life, education, and employment opportunities. The demographics here tells us the population of Toronto, which is more than 6.2 million, the average housing cost, which is 752,000, and the average income of 57,000 of households. The key insights that we grasped from all this was 70% of people do not have enough money to meet the housing needs. Housing costs have grown 4 times faster in the last year, and the unemployment rate in Toronto is standing at 6.8%. We are trying to tackle all these struggles of Toronto through our project too. We also did a short market study of the existing models who are following the sustainable and affordable path, which is student housing, 60 Richmond, which is a community building, and Lakeshore Lofts, which is made of 100% recyclable materials. Going ahead with the business model.
So quickly going through the business model canvas. So majorly we are focusing on the value proposition, which will be our affordable housing and sustainable practicing. Other than these, we are also focusing on providing to the community, which will be employment opportunities, community-centric design, and circular economy. So the customer segments that we are targeting is, we are dividing into 2 segments, which will be private segment and public segment. So talking about the private segment, it's gonna be individual and families with low to medium income, as we have analyzed the market analysis, and there is like analysis that there are people who are low to medium age income group in that area. So talking about the public segment, we are contributing to local community. Talking about the cost structure, we are investing in design and construction cost, operational cost, and marketing and engagement cost. Talking about the revenue stream, how are we gonna generate money? So first of all, we're gonna generate money through rental income, recreational spaces. Also, we are not just talking about generating money, we are also talking about cutting off the money in the future through sustainable practices. Here we're gonna generate money through sustainable practices like grey water usage, solar panel energy saving, subsidies or grants, revenue from public spaces that we have provided in the ground floor area, which we are going to talk about in the further plans. So going ahead. So the customer base that we are targeting is the couples, large families, senior citizens, singles, and student. Okay, so David's going to take around through the journey map.
Thanks. So based on these considerations, we built out 4 separate personas, one for each of our unit types that will be discussed, and kind of explored how they might, how a building based on our brainstorming might fit into this community. So we'll take Frank, for example. He's nearing retirement age. He has about an average income, but he needs to think about a building he can move into that will take care of all of his needs, well, that can meet his needs in the future as he starts to become reliant on pension schemes. So like, for example, at the moment he leaves for work early in the morning. and potentially, is nervous about leaving buildings. So our building might provide a light and safe way to exit. He needs comfortable spots to meet with his community. If he wants to watch a hockey game but doesn't necessarily want to spend the money that it would take to go out to a bar and maybe meet with his friends. So our building would potentially facilitate a space where he could easily and frictionlessly engage with his neighbors, and especially considering the socioeconomic status of the neighborhood. He wants to be able to reach out and help his community. So creating frictionless points in the building, for example, a donation spot. So if he wants to engage with outreach with the local Salvation Army, he would just need to engage with a spot that we would set up, and sort through donations and bring them. So really it's about making all these lifestyle choices easy and frictionless within the ecosystem of our building.
So moving ahead with the site, our site is between Shooter and Queen Street with 22 social housing buildings around it and 9 homeless shelters. The site was pretty challenging and it's quite isolated and has its own challenges like safety concerns, the homeless shelters around it, and undesired activities happening around the area. So the site analysis map here represent the green areas, mobility paths, and services. And as we can make out, there are not many community engagement or service areas for the people living in the neighborhood. So the sun path here shows how all parts of the building are being lit up and receiving sunlight at different times of the day. That's the wind direction, which we are going to be trying to trap the wind for passive energy. So as mentioned before, the site was a little challenging, but we took it as a challenge, as an opportunity for creating something more impactful. So what we did with the zoning is creating all the public spaces to engage the local community on the street and on the edges. The blue part you see is the recreational spaces for the residential area living, residential people living on the above floors. And we have a huge atrium and grand entrance, which you will see in depth in later stages. That's a vertical zoning with, so the blue area that you see is recreational spaces that can be rented out for further revenue generation in future. The red is the private sector, which is residential, and the green spaces are semi-public spaces which are used strictly by the residential living in the area. That's the design prototype we came up with. We tried out a lot of massing models, as we have it on the table for you to see it later. And that's what we came up with for our final prototype, which resonates with the site, syncs with the context, and respects the surroundings as well.
So talking about the movement from the side, we have divided vehicular movement, pedestrian movement. So the red lines that you see are the vehicular movements. So we have kept the periphery open for the fire truck to move from all over the site. So talking about the blue line, that's the public pedestrian movement. So we are catering to the public, by catering to the community by providing the shops, cafes on the ground floor that we're going to talk about in further slides. So that blue lines presents the public movement, and then the yellow lines represents the private pedestrian movement, which is very inclusive to the residents, so that you can see it's already in the inside of the building.
So in terms of, we already mentioned, like from the beginning, we try to emphasize the whole sustainable practice living. So besides those unit design and the overall design we're going to mention later, but the important thing is to engage a whole community in the neighborhood. We are trying to offer these exterior amenities. As you can see on the left side with the main entrance from the top down, we are trying to offer those kind of like flea markets and also cafeteria or event space that the public and the neighborhoods, maybe they can come on those weekends, and also for the resident, they can share those kind of, this area will be acting as the main platform for them to sell or
buying those secondhand product and also selling those product they can grow or they having on their balcony for those kind of events. And at the end, at the below parts, we have our buy docking that promotes like an alternative option for the whole community. We can try to have a another way, like try to not to rely on those vehicle with engine and try to promote a healthy lifestyle as well. And on the right side, as previous slide, we mentioned that it's gonna be like it's gonna be accessed like only for residents strictly. And we have those outdoor seating and amphitheater for everyone, like from seniors, families, and kids, and they can engage and have those kind of like daily social engaging outdoor. And in the middle part, we also offer like not just for human living, but also for our very dear friends, our pets. And we have offer a dog park area for dog pet owners to come and gather around as well. And next slide, please. And for the interior amenities, we also trying to promote like a really green living lifestyle. From the top part, you can see is the main area that it's gonna act like an intersection for everyone, not just like the residents in the building as well, but as well as the neighborhood members. They can come and gathering and hang around. And on the left side, we offer those daycare, pet care, and for the daycare, it's not just for kids and also for parents. It's also for the senior group. We call it the daycare, but actually these are very like flexible space. It can act like book like we offer place for book club reading people as well, and also those kind of workshop space for people to engage and teach each other, like exchange skills. And for on the right side, top part of this area, like on the right side, on the top part, yeah, we offer those amenities like co-working space, gym, and restaurant. For the restaurant, we're trying to apply as one of the sustainable practice that we're trying to do is we offer the local beer grow from our green roof on the rooftop of our whole building, and then we will try to collect the organic waste from this restaurant, and then bring it back to the rooftop as a form of compost and fertilizer as well. That David will develop is in the later phase. So yeah, so for all of these amenities that's combined, we are trying to emphasize on not just to enhance the living standards of the whole community, but at the same time trying to minimize the footprint of like all the waste energy that's gone. And also we are trying to build a whole community with a new standard of sustainable practice living style.
Okay, so in the next 3 slides, you will see how we envision our building to be. Here we can see the roof, which we created a greenhouse, 2 greenhouses, where we will grow the food that will be both served in the restaurant, but also sold in the markets that are on the bottom floors. And also we imagine the space to serve the community. So for example, people are working inside the houses, they can exit outside, they can go to the floor, to the top part of the building and just be in contact with the nature. Next slide, please. And here we show a view of the atrium part, which is not only an entrance part, but also a place where people can work, so be in contact with other people, not just being inside, but also with the nature. So also in the building, it's a vibrant space, it's a creative space where people can be inspired during their day. Next slide. And for the last part of this envisioning system, we can see the slide, one of the side of the building where we imagine to be a market that will also serve the community and the neighborhood also. Thank you.
So coming to the floor plates and the GFA of the structure, the requirement said we should have 1+1, 2+1, 3+1, and 4+1 units. So we have color-coded those, as you can see on the slide. The South Residential GFA stands at 5,808. The East Residential is 2,706, and the total podium is 2,600. The modules have been created in a way that can be replicated throughout the building. Also, the 3+1 and 4+1 are made in a way that can be broken down once the requirement for those are met. It can be broken down into 2+1 and 1+1 units. These are the typical layouts for the 1+1, which has an open living, dining, and kitchen concept with balconies for each unit. So every unit, no matter how big or small it is, has the integration of balconies to it. That's a 2+1 with a master bedroom, a private washroom, and an open concept. Similarly, we have a 3 BHK with 3 bedrooms and a study area. The 4+1 is a stacked unit with 3 bedrooms on the top floor, and the staircase underneath has been utilized for storage to optimize the space for it. So Atticus will run through the sustainable practice.
So we've talked about a good amount of the sustainable elements we employed so far, but in terms of the building and construction practices, we're using a mass timber modular method of construction for both the residential buildings and the atrium. This lowers the impact of the building while also speeding up the construction process through its modular capabilities. For the south-facing facades, we're going to use Mitrex solar facade cladding. So this will allow us to harness the solar energy, but also minimize the cost of the system by only using it on the south-facing facades. And then we're also going to use a sensor system for our trash collection, which allows collection to only happen when the storage units are completely full. So this minimizes pickups of half-full waste storage units and also stops overflow in waste storage units. And in terms of water harvesting, we'll be harvesting both rainwater through the green roof and for the greenhouse, and then also harvesting gray water from sinks and showers, filtering it and reusing that both for irrigation on the site as well as in toilets. David?
So this is, hello Team 3 if you're still here. We just felt like their modular farming design was incredibly perfect for the spaces in between the greenhouses on our roof, as we're going to be collecting water anyway, and we needed furniture, and the intention of our project was to grow as much food on site as we could. We just created these renders based on images that they gave us. That was just, shout out to Team 3. It was just a nice little bit of synergy. And so this is really kind of the ethos behind the system, the kind of collect, grow, share, waste, repeat, that is central to the idea of our community wasting as little as possible and giving as much to each other as they possibly can. So this includes the water collection system that we were talking about. This feeds into the plant growing on the rooftop greenhouses. And these are also opportunities for sharing of knowledge. Certain residents might be great at gardening and they can share this knowledge with the other residents. This obviously produces food and even like flowers for shops to sell. Like there's all this output that the community can share, and this active sharing and kind of resource pooling. We intend to create as tight-knit as a community as possible. If we can alleviate as many needs as possible within our ecosystem of both our residents and the wider community, then we view that as a win. And the waste, obviously, as much as we'd like to avoid it, people create waste, animals create waste. So just really incorporating as much of these elements as we can, potential dovecoats, dogs, cats, waste is created. So just like wasting nothing. Nothing goes in the trash if it doesn't need to go into the trash. It goes back into the system, it gets reused, and it creates the the goal that we want to achieve, the zero waste. And finally, I just want to touch on sort of like proposed dream ways of achieving our cost goals that maybe circumvent traditional government funding. So we talked about using the amazing precedents set by Moriyama Teshima Architects, the Limberlost Place just across the road. So incorporating these precedents so that we could achieve maximum funding from CMHC's retrofitting funding. This would help greatly in driving costs down. So that would be a goal of ours. And we were also kind of playing with the idea of a public-private partnership where if we could guarantee rent geared to income units that would be subsidized at lower levels, if we could sell them to investors, those investors would be receiving subsidized units, but they would have to agree to they would have to agree to rent these units, long-term leases, hopefully, because we do want to keep it, the community tight-knit, but yeah, they would have to agree to rent at RGI rates, rates that would accommodate people who have lower incomes to live in our building, because we want everyone to be able to live in our building.
Sorry, we do not have music, but I can sing if you want. Yeah, that's all. To wrap it up, the whole design revolves around activation strategies to create a vibrant, safe, and inclusive community and fostering a sense of connectivity within the site. And I would like to thank our advisors, Atif, Dave, Jed, and Michelle, who's not here. Thank you for supporting us and all the advisors and crits you gave us. Thank you.
Well, that was great presentation. Thank you all. And thanks for City of Toronto representatives here as well. And thanks for their advice. So any feedbacks, last questions to all teams maybe even? Time to celebrate, I believe, right? Question. Oh.
Thank you.
That was great. Thank you all. Thanks for becoming a part of this charrette. And I really, really would like to thank you all, including all the technique, infrastructure, all people who are taking the pictures and helping our volunteer students, everyone, especially to Jacob as well. So thanks for being a part of BSI. So let's celebrate.